If you're new to the real Joy, like, who is this girl? You're probably looking at your screen like, who is this? Where did she come from? Don't worry, I'm going to tell you. I am the real Joy. My name is Ebony Joy, but my content name is the real Joy. So you'll probably hear me say that a lot. But if you hear someone say Ebony or the comments, I'm Ebony, Ebony Joy. So I got the name The Real Joy from my name, Ebony Joy, because my middle name is Joy. And at the time when I created The Real Joy, it was more so of me trying to like find the joy in my life, to be completely honest. It was at a dark time. It was a lot of transitions happened. Like, let's really talk, right? I lost my mom at the end of 2018. So from 2019 to like, I would say 2021 was like such a weird time for me. Like, it was relearning everything I knew about life, like at the age of 25. So I think the real joy came from taking the feeling of what I had and forcing myself into a space of like, okay, we have to move, we have to evolve, let's find the joy in life. So that's really where that name came from, and it's just stuck with me. Like, I know a lot of people, they change their Instagram handles and Instagram names, but once I made that name, that has been my content name from then, and it's really I became the real Joy, if that makes sense. Like, it was something that I didn't even understand the weight it will hold in my life until now, where I'm sitting here with y'all, and this is where it brought me. So I was born in North Carolina, but it's funny because a lot of people from North Carolina, they don't think I'm from North Carolina because I left when I was 8 and then I moved back after college. So most of my life I'm from North Carolina, but if I go down south, they say I don't sound like I'm from down south. They say I can't claim it. They say that I'm not from there. So I moved from North Carolina to South Jersey. So I did 3rd grade to 8th grade in South Jersey. Catholic school, that's a whole nother topic for a whole different day, like growing up in Catholic school. Fun fact, I did Irish step dancing because I went to Catholic school. I might show y'all some moves, not right now, but maybe later I might show y'all, get busy, but not right now. So let's see, I did 3rd grade to 8th grade in South Jersey, and then high school and college, Boston, Massachusetts. So you're talking about growing up and born in North Carolina, then you talk about being raised in New Jersey, and then adolescence in Boston. Like, I feel like I'm such a hybrid of a person. Like, am I from the South? Am I from the North? Like, so while you're here with me, you'll probably hear like some things I say might have a Southern twang to it, but then other things, like I can't say water. Like, that's so Jersey, like water. Like, so yes, so bear with me. I know I'm just like, I tell people being from different places gives me a mixture of personalities, but I don't have multiple personalities. Like, so yes, so that's a little bit about me. Let's see. So like I said, I went to college in Boston, Massachusetts. The school was called Wheelock College. It was like liberal arts for like teachers. I went to school for counseling, psychology, and juvenile justice. And I do makeup and hair, and I'm on a podcast. Am I using my degree? Maybe. Maybe the counseling and the psychology part, because my clients, we be locked in. We be having like, the most craziest conversations. So I will say that I do use my degree in that way. But growing up down south was very different. And a lot of topics that I'll go into, we'll kind of talk about it because I do have a topic of church. And I was basically literally born in the church. Like, my mom had about 3 to 4 miscarriages, I think, before she had me. So while she was in the hospital, she was on the phone with people in the prayer room and they were helping her push me out. So when I say I was born in the church, I was born in the church. And I think with that, like I said, I'll definitely get into that topic more, but I think that shaped me up until maybe like high school. With that came a lot of, I would say, I was raised by a single mom. So being raised by a single mom, I feel like it gave me this pressure of being exactly how she wanted me to be. Like, wear this, do that. So I feel like this journey of the real joy was really me finding myself as well, because I lost my mom at such an early age of 25. And I think that I had like all this guidance this whole time. Somebody is not like a puppet, right? But you have someone who is influencing you daily, who is telling you your right from wrongs, who is correcting you. And then you just lose that at 25, which to me, I think that's the age where you really start to become a woman. Like, that's where womanhood starts. And also, I had just had my daughter. So I think when we talk about this journey and evolving, that's really where that happened. Like, that journey of grief, I think really started to evolve me in a different way, because like I said, I lost that person who was kind of guiding me along that journey. So this is like such a self-discovery, empowerment, like type of inspiration kind of feel. Like, so yeah, like I'm excited for y'all to get to know the real joy, because like I said, there's so many pieces to me. There's so many things that I feel like you can relate to. Like, whether it be, I'm an entrepreneur, I come from the background of the corporate world. So I was in sales for a long time. I was in management. I actually worked for like the top like sales company, which was Enterprise, which I know you hear that and you're probably like, Enterprise? But when I tell you, they are so cutthroat when it comes to corporate and sales, and we have sales trainings all the time. So coming from that world to kind of being an entrepreneur and a creator, that was a little different for me. So like I said, we'll definitely get into these stories of who the real joy is. This journey for me started at the age 25 when I lost my mom, Sherry Alice. Yes, I don't know if you can see this tattoo here, but it says Alice. A lot of people are like, what is that on your neck? But yes, that's my mom. Then I wear this little angel. Oh, she turned around. Yeah, so this is for my mom. I was raised by a single mother. She had me at 35. Like I said, after so many failed pregnancies, I think she had 3 or 4 miscarriages. So she called me her miracle baby. So she, like I said, she always had this idea of like raising me different from what she was used to. She was from like the Newark Orange area of North Jersey. She grew up in the projects for a while, and she kind of made it out of that. She was a woman who kind of like, I have my mom's spirit. Like, it's so funny because as I'm talking about her, I'm realizing like, kind of talking about yourself, but she had this like resilient spirit about her. Like, no matter what, she just like, you could tell her like, oh, you did have $5,000 in your bank account, but I don't know what happened to it, and now you're like at 100. And she'll be like, okay, well, I got to go figure out how to get 4,900. Like, you just could not break her spirit no matter what. I remember like, as you get older and you look back on your childhood, I remember sometimes we would like be in the living room and she'd be like, okay, we're going to camp today and we're going to like make a camp out and we're going to light candles. And now in my head, I'm like, oh, the lights were off. Like, okay, that was creative. But she never had this spirit of like, woe is me or like pity. Like, she always found a way. And like, people would look at her situation. I'm sure they wouldn't be able to do what she did with it, but I didn't grow up feeling like I had less than or feeling like I was missing anything because of the way she spun it. And it just always came out to be better. Even when I think back to school projects where they're like, pick this person who is your hero, or everybody would pick like Beyonce, and I always say like, no, my mom. Like, my mom is the strongest woman I know. But looking back, it's almost like she knew her time with me was like going to be limited in a way. Like, when I look back to the things she was teaching me and always instilling in me, it's like, I feel like she was always just trying to make sure that I was good. Like, I understood what life was about. Like, I understood there was more to just money and looking good. Like, she always made sure I had my morals correct and I knew God. So y'all will hear me talk about my mom a lot, and in a good way, because grief is going to be one of the episodes that I'm going to share with you guys. But really quick, I think what helped me in my grief was being able to celebrate her life through continuing her life. And I think that that was such a big moment for me. And I think that it kind of confused people around me because my grief didn't look like what it normally would. I would say I did have a rough, I would say like 3 months, but past that, it just always felt like her spirit was still in me. Like I just like lived, like I'm going to make sure that her spirit lives on. So I think that that's why I'm so at a place where I'm just comfortable with everything. But like I said, this journey for me started at 25. So I know a lot of people I talk to, when they're raised by a single mom, I feel like we have this pressure to be like everything that your parent wants you to be because they've spent their whole life kind of pouring into you, and you see the sacrifices, you see the different life structure that they had to live, and maybe they couldn't do what their friends did because they always had to have you. And I remember my mom bringing me to work with her, bringing me to meetings with her. I slept at church, like everywhere my mom was, I was at. And when I look back, I'm just like, that was such a big sacrifice. And I think as you get older, you're appreciative of it, but it also puts a weight on you because it's like, I don't want to waste her life and not be what she wants me to be. And looking back, I really realized that I was living my life to be pleasing to my mom. And I think that kind of created a people pleaser in me. Like I'm delivered now. I'm still working on my deliverance, but I used to be such a people pleaser because I felt like that's going to make people love me. That's going to make people accept me. That's going to make people want me around if I could just please them. And this journey has brought me away from that so much. And I'm thankful. It's like, I feel like in life, we have to go through this like crazy, like whatever that looks like for you, whether it's grief or this losing a relationship, a friendship. I feel like sometimes we have to go through that because it brings you out on the other side a whole different person. And you would have never even known the lessons you needed before that even happened. And the night my mom passed, I truly feel like it was a moment in my life I could never forget because of the things that took place that night. Like when I tell you a Tyler Perry movie has nothing on this night, nothing. Like I'm going to go through the story, but let's just talk about the topics that can come from this night. Grief, losing my mom, trigger warning, domestic violence, trigger warning, police involvement. It was just so much that happened in a span of, I would say, like 3 hours. But like I said, now looking back, that was such a monumental moment in my life because I was never the same person after that night. And I don't know if it was from the grief. I don't know if it was because of the fight. I don't know what it was, but that night just shaped who I was as a woman. Like that night is the night I became a woman. And what's so crazy about that night is I remember looking in the mirror as I had blood on my shirt and it said, "Happy Girl Sparkle." And I remember looking in the mirror like it was a movie. Like I would wear this shirt today where it said "Happy Girl Sparkle." And I'm just like looking in the mirror and I was not happy and there was no sparkle, but just the irony of that. So you're probably like, what are you talking about? So let me like rewind. So the night my mom passed, I was at the hospital. So before this, my mom had introduced me to the guy that I was off and on dating at the time. They used to work together at a college. He was a little older than me, and we were kind of going through it. And along with the grief that I was going through, it just did not have me in the mind space to be with someone. Like, we had ended up moving away together, and probably like 5 hours from where my mom lived at the time. But as my mom got sicker, I wanted to move back and be around her. So I kind of instantly ended things with us and moved back home. Looking back, I can see how that shaped things with how things ended and the no closure effect of it. But due to everything I was going that was going on at the time, there was no way to have closure when I was seeking closure with my mom. And that's what I was trying to explain to that person. Like, yes, I still love you. Yes, I still want to be with you, but I need to go get closure with my mom. I need to be with my mom. And I think that person thought that I was wanting to be with someone else. And the irony of that night proved him right, but it wasn't right. So let me get into it. So I'm at the hospital with my mom. Everyone's there. They took off life support. And we're kind of just waiting around, feeling her out, seeing how long, it's not that long once you take someone off life support. You're kind of just sitting around waiting. If you've ever been in that type of situation, I think they call it hospice, where you're just like waiting and they're making her comfortable and different things like that. So there was too many visitors in the room at the time, but I guess my ex at the time came to the hospital, and he says that his purpose in being at the hospital, he wanted to ask my mom before she passed for her permission to marry me. We never really talked about marriage before this, so it was kind of like, oh, okay, but I didn't know this at the time. A guest that was trying to get back there as well told me this after the fact. So at the time, I had no idea that my ex was at the hospital. I was, in daughter mode. I'm the only child, single mom, so it's just me and my mom right now. Like, we're so locked in. So my mom passes away, and everything now is like a blur, honestly. Like, I remember sitting in the waiting room, and the people from the funeral home had to come to me, and I had to release the body to them, I believe. So I'm sitting in the waiting room. Still never saw my ex because everything is such a blur, as you can imagine. So from the hospital, it's my god sister, my daughter, and I, and my god sister's friend. And we're leaving the hospital and we're going to my house. Still never saw my ex from this point on. It was told to me that he followed us from the hospital to my house because he had not known the location of where I lived at this point. Now, let's take a pause. There's also another character in this story who, at the time, I called him my best friend. I can honestly say that, yes, we had crossed the line in the past, but he was my best friend. And at that time, we weren't going to be, we had been so far removed from that, and I didn't even contact him. I didn't talk to him that whole day. My god sister realized that I was shutting down and I wasn't talking to anyone. And she's like, if I know anyone can get her to talk, or if she just could express herself, it would be this person. So she reached out to my best friend and asked him to come to my house. Once again, everything's a blur. I had no idea that this was happening. So we enter my house. I go directly to my bedroom. So everyone at my house is in the living room and they're in the kitchen. I'm in my bedroom. Literally, I remember sitting on the edge of my bed and just staring at the wall. I don't know how long I was in there. I don't know. That's all I remember. So I'm sitting there staring at the wall. I don't know who's in my house. I don't know who's being invited. I don't know who's calling me. I don't even know where my phone is at the time. I'm sitting on my bed and my ex walks through my door and he looks at me and he says, I will never forget these words. He said, I came to give you my condolences, but I see you don't need them. I'm like, what does that even mean? Even thinking back to that, that's such I don't care what's going on in that living room, to come into the room and say that to someone just immediately. So that just pissed me off because I'm like, okay, yes, I didn't call you when it happened. I haven't called anyone. I don't even know where my phone is. So in my head, I'm thinking, oh, he's mad because I didn't call him and my mom passed and maybe he had to hear it from someone else. I don't know. So I walk out my bedroom and there was this hallway and there's the washer and dryer and then you turn and then it's an open concept living room and kitchen. So I turned the corner and now we're standing in the living room. And I see my best friend out the corner of my eye, kind of where my counter and my refrigerator is. So I'm like, first of all, when did you get here? I haven't seen you in what's going on? I haven't talked to you, haven't seen you. That's crazy. And now I'm putting all the pieces together of what's going on. Oh, you're mad because this person is here, but you really never met this person. So how do you know that this person is who it is? So come to find out, when my ex was walking into my house, he asked my best friend, "Oh, are you with family? Like, who are you here to see?" And he said his name. My ex knew his name. And from that point, that's why he walked into my room and said what he said. "I would give you my condolences, but I see you don't need them." So as I'm putting all these pieces together, I literally hear my ex say, "And what you still doing here?" And walked over to the guy and swings on him and starts to hit him. So I'm like, wait a minute. Like, now let's keep in mind, mother just passed away probably like an hour ago. We're fresh from the hospital. I was just sitting in my room, just catching you up so y'all can stay with me. So my best friend at the time was someone like, we never had a relationship, but he was just someone that like, we just understood each other. Y'all know situationships and they get messy, but I was not going to let my ex take his anger out on him. Like, did I pick a side that night? Absolutely, because what we have going on has nothing to do with this person, and you're not going to take her anger out on him. So I immediately got in between them. And I'm like, you're not going to like hurt him or like get mad at him. So because now I'm wedging myself in between them, he's like, "Oh, so you're defending this person. Like, this is who you want to defend," and starts fighting me. And when I tell you, it's so crazy when we talk about relationships, how someone that you have once planned your life with, how you shared all these moments with, in the blink of an eye can change over and become your enemy, or like someone who's inflicting harm on you. Is just like so crazy to me. And I remember telling him like, look at me, like, because, you know, have you ever seen someone get so mad that they don't even look like themselves anymore? Like they have literally snapped into like a different person. That's what I was feeling with him. And I just wanted him to like, from who I knew him as, I'm like, this is not you. Like, come on, like, look at me. And I just remember being on the couch and him standing over me, like choking me. And like I said, the night is still a blur. So like, you'll hear me kind of go in and out. My god sister and her friend at the time kind of got him off of me, and we got him out of the house. I remember like all three of us like pushing on the door, trying to keep him out of the house. My best friend ran into my room and locked himself in there because he had nothing to do with it. Like, I didn't want him to be there defending me. That's not what I needed at the time, because I knew that the anger that was coming from my ex was directly being directed at him, and he wasn't the issue. So as my ex is outside, little did I know, okay, now this is where it gets crazy. My next door neighbor at the time was a lady who went to my church. I never knew that. So as he's outside, he's telling this lady all my business because he's so upset. He's like, "Oh, she's in there." Now, mind you, I have one child. She's 10. It got back to the church that one of my baby daddies found me in bed with another baby daddy, and that's why there was a fight at my house. Where the second kid came from, I still don't know. My baby daddy was not there. He was in New York, so there was no baby daddy there at all. And that will kind of is where I'm going to incorporate the church hurt from, because like I said, my history from church, being born into the church and having one night that could kind of take all that away, and have people who have known you for literally 25 years of your life take the word of someone and just completely tear away your character, everything about you. But we'll get into that. Let me finish my story. So she was outside talking to my ex, telling him, they were just like sharing all these different details about my life. And I remember I came outside because we were all inside, and I'm like looking around my house that I had just moved into, I think 17 days before this occurred. I see blood all over my floor, blood on my refrigerator. Everything is just ruined. Like couches that I just got delivered maybe a week ago, blood all over. I am so angry. And now thinking back to it, I don't even know if I was angry at that, or now that grief is starting to set in and I just lost my mom, I'm angry. And now I had someone literally come into my space and violate it in such a way. I became so angry, y'all, that I flew open that door And I went outside, and you would have thought I was a man. Like, I approached him and I squared up like, oh, you're going to have to fight me now. Like, you're going to fight me because why do you think that this is okay? So I'm trying to hit him. We're like going at it. And this woman who goes to my church says to me, do you think this is the way your mom would want you to act the night she passes away? I'm like, lady, are you serious right now? Like, do you think that that is what I need to hear in this very moment? And the thing is, she never held him accountable. She was like on his side, like trying to get him back into the house. I think he said, oh, at the time he was renting a car from Enterprise because like through his job. And we had made this like whole thing where I was going to take the car down while I was with my mom. So I had his car. He was like, give me my keys. He had like lost his glasses in the fight at my house. He's like, I need to come back in and find my glasses. No, you don't get to do that. And I will find you your keys. Relax. Like, it was just all these things that he was like spewing. And she was just taking it in. And it was just like, she never tried to console me. She never tried to calm me down. It was just like she just automatically took his side for whatever reason. And I think that bothered me so much because when we talk about bridging the gap and like older women, like I think at that time I was just looking for someone to just like I was my mom's baby, right? Like, so it's like I was looking for an older woman to kind of like wrap their arms around me and be like, you're okay. Like, yes, your mom is not here, but like, I'm going to stand in this way. And like, I just honestly probably just needed a hug from her. And that would have like been fine for me, but that didn't happen, right? So long story short, we're outside fighting. The police comes. I really think he knew the police officer because they never arrested him. And they actually came in my house and was like, okay, I need his keys, I need his glasses, and blah, blah, blah. Like they were handling the situation if I was like the person that like needed to basically be arrested. But I guess maybe to his defense, he only saw the second part of me like running out the house and trying to like beat his ass. So that makes sense. But that night, like I said, shook my world up so much because, like I said, you talking about grief, you're talking about domestic violence, you're just talking about so many components of that night that just like shook my world to the point of, I remember I ended up having to spend a night at my god sister's house that night because my window got busted. He also busted my window because when we got him out of the house, he wanted to make his way back in. Looking at all that had took place, right? Like we could go back to the hospital, we could go back to this moment. It was such a ground shifting moment for me because it's like, usually when something like that would happen, who would I call? My mom, but I couldn't. So I think it gave me this like fire to depend on me and only me in that moment, right? Like you are the person who, like what they say, no one's coming to save you. No one's coming to save you. You have to save yourself. And in that moment, like I said, that was the most, when I just look back at my 32 years of living, that moment was such a, people probably hear my story, right? And they're like, oh, that's so tragic. Like, I hate that that happened to you. I don't look at it that way. As crazy as that sounds, not that I'm happy that that happened, but I needed it. It shook me up. It realized that my purpose is greater than what I ever imagined. And the fact that I was able to be so resilient and wake up that next day and do what I needed to do. Like, that was the thing. Like, when I tell people my story, they're like, whoa, like, and you're just like, you would never know. Like, you don't look like what you've been through. And I used to laugh at it, but I'm like, maybe that's a gift, right? Like, maybe like, I need to share with people like the crazy stuff. Like I have a friend that's like, your life is a Tyler Perry movie. That's what he says to me. When I call him, he's like, all right, what chapter are we on? Like what Tyler Perry movie? Like call Tyler Perry, please. So I say that we are here. That moment has brought us here and that whole, such a like a full circle moment. So if y'all are ready to hear more stories like that, if y'all are ready to hear the topics, like I said, of grief, relationships, failed relationships, I have a failed marriage to talk about. We have divorce to talk about. We got a lot of stuff coming. So thank you for being here with me. I hope that I see you the next episode so we can continue on with what we started. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth and it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it. I see your passion, I like.
From that night, I knew that I had to leave North Carolina. Like, there was no other option. My home was destroyed. I felt violated. Like I said, I had just moved to that apartment, I think 17 days. Like, I moved September 1st, and I think this all happened like September 17th, 18th. So I quickly had to try to figure out a game plan while going through grief, while going through the worst breakup I probably ever experienced at the age 25, right? So I will say that as resilient as I was in the process, I was still human. And I had such a human moment where I think we say all the time, like, it's okay to not be okay. And I had a moment where every day when I would wake up, I just could not do life. Like, I would wake up, but I went through a period of time where I wasn't eating anything, and I was literally picking up Crown Royal apple and drinking it in my bed until the next day and the next day and the next day. And I will say, like I said, this is a real vulnerable space. I actually had to go take a mental vacation. And I had to go to a mental hospital for, I believe, like I said, everything was a blur, but I believe for about 3 to 4 days. At that moment, I had to make a decision as a mother because my daughter was 3 years of age at this point. So I had to make a decision as a mother, right? Like, this is where we will talk about co-parenting and trusting the partner that you have a parent and trusting the partner that you made a child with. So I had a conversation with her dad. He knew everything that was going on. And I had to let my 3-year-old go stay with her dad for, I think it was about 4 to 6 months, just because I was losing the grasp at life. Like, I could literally feel like every day just felt like, okay, here we are again, but there was no progression. There was really I was stuck. Like, I was so stuck. So right before I went to the mental hospital, he came down, he got her, and we never really had a set plan, right? Like, he just knew, okay, I know this happened to you and you need me. And I think when we talk about co-parenting, I can't wait until he comes and does this episode with me, because we always didn't have the best relationship, but I do feel like we always had this family dynamic. Like, okay, well, you're family and you need us, so here we are. And I love them for that. Him, his mom, his dad, he has such a good support system. I'm going to save that for the episode because I don't want to get too much into it without him being here. But at that moment, my daughter is now away. So, like, my will to live, like, my whole reason of life at this moment has left me. And that's that sacrifice that we talk about as a parent, because at the time I had people running every which way, talking about me, saying all these things about me. And now I have to prove them right again because I can't take care of my child. So now I have to allow her to go live with her dad. So at this moment, I wanted to escape North Carolina as fast as I could. Like, as soon as I left that mental hospital, like I said, I was there for about 3 or 4 days. And like Sherry Alice and like myself, it's like when I was there, I felt as if I was a staff member working there. Like, I remember, like, now this is after I graduated from school with my counseling psychology degree and all this. Being at that hospital was such, like, the irony now thinking about it, because I wasn't there as a patient. Like I literally went and I was helping people around me. I was encouraging people there. Like I was such a light still going through my own things. It's like taking care of other people and wanting to be there and encourage and motivate and inspire other people was like, it kept me going. Like that was my passion. And I think that's why I always come back to it, because that's what really brings me life. Like that's what really brings me true happiness and the real joy of life, coming here to inspire and to motivate. But like I said, at that time, I wish I could kind of go more into my stay at the mental hospital, honestly. Like I said, it was such a blur. I just remember being there, being like a positive inspiration to people, but I wish I could kind of, like, I don't remember what I ate. I remember talking to people. Can't really tell you from like the staff point. I think at the time I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety disorder. They tried to give me medicine. I started taking it when I got out of the hospital, but I remember it not, I didn't feel like it was conducive to like me trying to break out of the grief and break out of the depression, because it would make me feel so like I wasn't able to, it numbed me even more than I'm like, I don't need anything else like, I'm already numb. I don't want to be numb anymore. So I think at that moment, I chose to take myself off those meds at the time. And I never looked back. I never got back on meds or anything like that. I think that I kind of used journaling and different outlets. Like I took that and put it into creativity and journaling and different things like that. So I remember getting out of the hospital and I'm like, I need to come up with a plan. My daughter is now in New York. I live in North Carolina. I don't want to be here. This is not going to work. Where am I going to go? So probably someone that will be a co-host on an episode. Her name's Jamie. She's like my big sister. She's like, some days she's the best friend. Some days she's a big sister. Some days she plays the mom role. It kind of just depends. You'll hear her name a lot because she's a part of my journey in so many different ways. I remember through every point just talking to her, and it's so funny because sometimes we'll talk to this day and I'm telling her a story and she'll be like, yeah, Eb, I know. Like, you called me, you told me. And I'm like, really? She was like, you called me and told me everything at that moment. But like I said, I was so, like she even said when I was in the mental hospital, like I was calling her and talking to her, and I don't remember those conversations at all. But she plays such a key role in this journey, because I remember talking to her and telling her like where I'm at in life, and Kalani's in New York and she lived in Connecticut at the time. And she was like, okay, so it sounds like you need to move close to where Kalani is. Like, let's get you to Connecticut. And I'm like, all right, let's do it. So at the time I worked for Enterprise, like I was saying before in corporate, I was a assistant manager at the time. So the good thing about working in corporate, and especially for Enterprise, it's an easy transfer. As long as they have a space open and your numbers look great, and like I was one of the top sellers, it was easy for me. I could literally pick where I wanted to go. So that was a tool at the time that was spot on. Grateful for that. So I called Enterprise. I got my transfer ready. I was good to go. It's funny because I got my transfer just in time, because I wasn't able to go back to work due to like everything I had been going through. So my days were running out. So the transfer literally happened, I think like 5 days before my bereavement time was over, which I had got extended so many times. So I called Enterprise, boom, perfect transfer. We had made living arrangements for me here. It was going to be a close friend of the family. I was going to stay with them. Everything was on point. The day, so leading up to me going to Connecticut, like I said, I had just put my apartment, like I just signed my lease. I had just furnished my apartment, everything. And now I have to leave. So I'm like, okay, I can't break my lease, because my landlord is going to be like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? My landlord does not know that my window was busted and I still need to get that fixed. Okay, cool. The closest person to me at the time, my god sister, was like, I'll just sublease your apartment. Like, we can do that. That's cool. Like, that'll work. I'm like, okay, cool. You can have it as is. You can have the furniture. You can have whatever you want in this apartment. Please just pay the rent. That's all I need you to do. pay the rent. Okay. So I make a plan. I pack everything I could in this one suitcase, and I book an Amtrak ticket. I actually think Jamie might have bought me the Amtrak ticket now that I think about it. And we're like, okay, cool. I'm going to go to Connecticut. The day before I leave to go to Connecticut, I remember Jamie calling me, and she's like, I'm so sorry, Eb. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, what happened? And she's like, unfortunately, where we had found a place for you to stay, the situation has changed there and the room is no longer available. You're not going to be able to go there. So I'm like, okay, all right. She's like, I'm so sorry. Like, let me know if there's anything I could do to help, anything like that. So I remember hanging up and I was walking around the parking lot of the apartment I lived in at the time. And I'm just brainstorming and I'm just like, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I still need to leave North Carolina. Like, that is my mission. I have to leave North Carolina, especially now that my daughter is in New York. All right. So I called my aunt. I'm like, okay, cool. So my aunt lived in Massachusetts, where I went to high school and college. So she was there. So I knew I had some connections there. My best friends from high school still lived there. So I'm like, okay, this might be, an okay, circumstance. We're going to make the best of it. So I remember calling her and I explained the situation. Like, I did have somewhere to go, but now I don't. Is it cool if I just come there and figure it out? Now, the thing with the enterprise transfer, I had to let my job go because at this point I kind of looked unstable. Like, I was out on bereavement and then I kept extending. And then I said I was going to move to Connecticut. And now, just kidding, not Connecticut, Boston. They're like, girl, you got a lot going on. Like, we're going to have to let you go. So now I lost my job. So I'm like, okay, cool. Well, we're just going to make it work. So got on the train, got to Canton, Massachusetts. My cousin was there. My aunt was there. There was a 2-bedroom apartment. So she had a bedroom. My cousin had a bedroom. And I had the couch. So I made the best of it. When I got there, so let's put a pause. I think when people see that someone close to you has passed, they automatically assume dollar signs. They automatically think that there was this check that was given to you and you are just good. Like, you are going to go out there. You're just going to make the best of it. In full transparency, I probably got $6,000 after my mom passed. Now, that's going to change as we get into the story because I had to fight for a lot of things that should have been given to me due to I was her only child and it was just me and her. But when marriages and things come into play, things can get a little messy, but I'm going to save that for a different episode. But I will say that when someone passes away, whether it's a parent or some people just automatically assume your inheritance is millions of dollars. And as this time went on, I could kind of see, looking back, that people were accepting me with that mindset. Like, they were like, yeah, come here. Yeah, you can stay here. It's going to be good. But I don't think they realize, like, if I had that money, I wouldn't need to come stay with you. I wouldn't need to be at your house. I would just go buy a house. So it's like what I was feeling in that moment of like, okay, now I just needed a place to go where I could just pause, right? Like, so many things have been lost right now. Relationships, mother has been lost, job has been lost, housing has been lost, like so much loss. Like, that became such a running, like, it was just like loss after loss. Lost my daughter. Now she's in New York. So I get to Massachusetts and I'm like, cool. I'm here. I hit the ground running. I'm looking for jobs. I'm looking for places. But we got to realize I brought a suitcase with me. I had to pay for tickets. I had to, like, I'm not getting income. So every move I make, that account is negative. It's coming down. Like, everything is coming out of it. So I get to my aunt's house. I'm looking for a job. And she's like, okay, well, you're going to have to pay me $300 to sleep on this couch a month. I'm like, okay. And I know that seems like such a small amount, But when we go back to family, and when I talk about who my mom was to my mom was the woman who, if you came in my house and said, "Oh my gosh, those shoes are so cute," she's bagging them up and giving them to you. This is an aunt that had lived with us in multiple houses and multiple locations for free. This is an aunt that had ate at my house probably every day for free. Like, I just want to give like the background of like the mother that I came from, and how she was like the patriarch of my family, and she held everyone together. She took care of everyone's kids. She fed everyone's kids. She was literally that person. So I was kind of shocked. I'm not like, I know $300 doesn't sound like a lot, but this is coming from someone who said they were my second mother. This is coming from someone who I just always saw as like, in my head, I'm like, oh, well, your son doesn't pay rent and he has a job. Why do I have to pay rent at this time where I'm grieving and I don't have a job? And I've never been the type of person to take advantage of people. Like, I was just like, but I didn't want to do this woe is me pity mindset. So of course, okay, cool. I got you, $300, cool. So I remember sitting there and just thinking like, when it comes to family, and I hate to keep saying this, I'll definitely have an episode about it. There's like a little, like this aunt that I went to, I had already had a weird feeling because our connection wasn't as strong as it once was when I was growing up, because she didn't come to my mom's funeral due to an issue that they had with my mom's husband at the time, which I completely, like, looking back now, I'm 32 years old. That's when I was 25. Do I understand the conflict? Yes. But do I ever think that someone could make me so upset that I can't pay respects at their funeral? I'm not sure from a disagreement. And I think that was hard for me to understand the fact that you didn't come to my mom's funeral. So how could you love an extension of her? How could you didn't even come to be there for me. So I think along with that and the $300 thing, it kind of made me feel uneasy. It gave me a lot of anxiety. I never felt at home. Like, it felt like I was at someone's house sleeping on their couch and in the way. That's exactly what it felt like. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, great. Now I'm at my aunt's house. I can get my daughter back because she doesn't need to be in New York now. She can be here with the family and everything is going to be good. And I remember coordinating with my daughter's dad to bring her down. And I had her for maybe about 3 or 4 days. And my aunt was just kind of like, yeah, this is not going to work. Like, I didn't say like both of you could be here in a sense. I'm just like, oh, wow. Like I said, this is someone who had a bedroom at my mom's house, her and her son. My mom, for some reason, always had 4-bedroom houses. I don't know why her thing with 4-bedroom houses, but I had a room, my mom had a room, my cousin had a room, and my aunt had a room, no matter what house. So now I'm like, wait, me and my daughter can't. But I'm your second daughter, so isn't this like your granddaughter? But I think that's where that saying you love someone and the action of loving someone is 2 different things. And I think that's where I started to realize, and you'll hear me say, like, there's nothing like a mother's love. And for someone to say, like, oh, but I'm your second mom, there's just no way. Like, a mother's love is so pure, it's so unconditional, it's so, I don't care how much space we have, we're going to make it work. So I say all these things because the person who I was before 2019 and then the insight that I'm getting is just, I feel like shaping me. It's like, and I never still had this woe is me pity moment. I'm just like enlightened, like, okay, so this is how this is going to be. This is how you need to move. Okay, this is a lesson. Like, I just remember it's like I was putting pieces of a puzzle together and like making a new picture, like an unfamiliar puzzle I did not know I was going to be creating, but I'm doing the best with it that I can. So I remember having a conversation with her dad and I'm like, okay, so I thought she was going to be able to stay here with me, but she isn't. Can I buy some more time? At this point, this was 2 months of her being with her dad. So like I said, this happened. She went with her dad in October. We're now in December because I left North Carolina. I remember specifically the end of November. I was in Massachusetts for Thanksgiving. So now we're in December and I'm like, okay. And then my clock, in my head, it's just a clock ticking, like how to get back to Kalani, Like that's all my focus is at the time. So I'm like, okay, cool. So she says that. So I have this thing where I mentally move from a space before I physically move from a space. So you'll see me physically somewhere, but mentally I'm already figuring out, okay, boom, I'm over here. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do it like that. But you'll see me planted here, but no, I'm on plan Z at this time. So as I'm at my aunt's house and I'm just realizing like this isn't going to be a comfortable situation for me, I'm talking to my best friends at the time and I'm telling them a little bit about what's going on with me. And my best friend's sister, she's just like, listen, I live in Rhode Island. Like, even though you see me here, I commute back and forth. I work at Sprint up the street. My manager, he can get you in. We can get you a job. You can commute with me back and forth. And we're gonna help you. We're gonna you're gonna be fine. You don't need to depend on your family. I'm like, okay, cool. So I packed my stuff. I remember at first we didn't want to tell my aunt that I was leaving. So I remember like putting my stuff in like a trash bag and putting it in her trunk. And like that's our joke because for a while there was like a little linen closet in her bathroom and I had my stuff like tucked in there out of a garbage bag. So I was literally like getting dressed out of a garbage bag. And like thinking back to that, like that sounds so sad, but in the moment I was not sad. I was like, I'm with my girl, we cool, like we were just chilling. So that was like such a transitioning moment for me too, because it's like even living out of a trash bag, like I was happy, I was comfortable. It's all about like perspective, I think. But in Rhode Island, that was such a pivotal time point for me too, because I started gaining that independence back. I was working, I was making money, but at this point, all my money was going to New York to see my daughter. Like I couldn't really save because as soon as I would get a little bit, I'm going to New York. So I remember talking to a family member and they were like, listen, come to DC, you'll have your own room. Like she kind of heard, I guess, telling somebody on the phone, like what you're doing. She's like, wait, you in the bathroom? You like living out of a trash bag? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I have a bedroom down here. Like, you'll have your own room. I'm a manager at my job. I can get you on. So I'm like, okay, all right, at least I'll have a room now so I can bring my daughter, right? Like, cool, I have my own space. So we leave Rhode Island. We go to DC. So when I got to DC, it was one of those things like it was what they say, like a beautiful facade, I would say. I thought like, this is it. I'm going to get my daughter. Everything's going to be great. So packed my stuff in my suitcase and now we're in DC. DC was a vibe for a little bit. I felt like I was gaining some momentum there. I got into a relationship when I was in DC, and I don't know if that hindered or helped. It seemed like it helped at the time, but emotionally, I don't think I was ready for a relationship. I thought that it was going to kind of propel me and push me forward when it came like I didn't have a car. He had a car. So he was like helping me like get me back and forth to work when I needed to go see my daughter, when I needed to pick her up. He would like help me with that. But I think emotionally, we were in two different places. And I think what we bonded on was the fact that he had also lost his mother before too. So we were codependent on each other in that way. But I don't think it was necessarily the healthiest. So I did have my daughter for a period of time. I believe I was in DC maybe for, I would say, 2 to 3 months. I had my daughter for a lot of that time. It was still kind of back and forth because I could not afford a babysitter. So at the time, me and my cousin, we were trying to like work out our work schedules to like kind of, she would work morning, I would work afternoon, so we could kind of like rotate and she could have my daughter, but it wasn't stable enough. And I was like, nope, not doing this. So my daughter went back to New York. But I definitely, I would say I saw my daughter like every weekend or like 4 times out of the week. So DC kind of ended a little weird, I would say. And I kind of lost relationship with a cousin that I was really close to, that I was living with, just due to that relationship that I was with. It ended up being, that was her best friend that I ended up being in a relationship with. And I think I kind of caused a wedge in between them. I think that we had some disagreements when it came to financial duties and different things like that. So unfortunately, that's someone that I could like look back and we had good times together, but we just don't talk anymore. And maybe I'll get more into that when I talk about family dynamics and like my different dynamics with different people in my life. But I'll kind of leave that there because we still have to go to, from DC, I came to New York actually. So me leaving DC was kind of quick. And I called my child's father and I was just like, listen, I need to be near my daughter. Like, I think that I keep getting like this momentum, but it doesn't last because that is like my life, my joy, my everything. So this is what I talk about when I say we're family. I remember him being like, well, come to New York then. Like, you could just stay with me. And I'm like, okay. So at the time he lived with his mom, his dad. It was me and Kalani. So I got to New York and I went there with him, but I also had a friend that lived in New York as well. That was maybe like 10 minutes from where he lived. And I ended up staying with her because I didn't want to be at his mom and dad's house. And I remember her mom, we made a deal and she was like, okay, if you pay $500 a month, you can stay here. So once again, didn't have a job. That money is kind of like, it's being all these transitions, all these different things. I have to buy clothes for work. So like that money is kind of dwindling down. But of course I say yes because we'll figure it out. So I remember moving in and now I'm sharing a bed with my friend. And I'm like paying $500 a month. I'm like, okay, cool. But when the next month came around, I didn't have $500. And I'm like, oh shoot, like, that kind of happened fast. I couldn't find a job. I couldn't find anything. So I remember going back to Kalani's dad's parents' house and I'm staying there. And I think that for us in that moment, it was just too much going on and it was a lot of chaos and it didn't work. So once again, I'm like, oh, okay, here I am. I'm back at square one. I'm literally homeless. Like, this is the most homeless I think I felt through this whole transition because now I'm literally living with someone who kind of is not comfortable anymore. We're arguing. We're kind of getting in the way of each other. And I'm in his parents' house, and that's a different dynamic. So I think this was the point where I reached out. Like in this whole process, I realized I never raised my hand and said, I need help. So I remember calling Jamie from New York and I'm just in a panic and I'm like, I can't stay here. Things are going left. We're fighting. We're arguing. I don't want this in front of Kalani. Like she's already going through this transition. She doesn't need to see her parents arguing and fighting. I need help. She's like, okay, let's get a plan together. Now, looking back, Jamie was in transition in herself. Like she was moving from her condo to this new house. She's a new homeowner. You have to put money into that. So in her voice, you can hear her wanting to help. Like her help was like, she just wanted to, but it was almost like, I don't even know how to right now because I'm trying to help myself and my family get into this house. And I remember us talking and she was just like, okay, let's get a plan together. You can come down. You can even see if you like Connecticut because you've really never been to Connecticut to see if you even like it. You can start looking for some jobs. I know Family Dollar up the street is hiring, Dollar Tree. You used to work at Goodwill. Maybe you could transfer, like something like just come and see if you like it. So I know she was thinking probably like just come for the weekend and then you're going to like go back to New York. In my mind, I'm like, I'm coming to Connecticut and I need to stay. Did we have that conversation? No. So I remember being on the train and making my way to Connecticut and I'm just like, okay, I have this big suitcase. I don't have an overnight bag. I don't have a weekend bag. I'm literally like about to go to her door with all my life in one bag. So the feeling of like anxiety, I'm like, am I going to be rejected? Is she going to feel like I'm trying to impose on her? Like all these feelings of like, what if she gets mad at me? Like, did she tell her husband I was coming? Am I gonna, like, it was just so many thoughts in my head. And I remember getting out of the Uber and like, I also lost a wheel of my suitcase this whole journey. So my suitcase was like, I've had enough. We cannot move anymore. So I'm like pulling this suitcase like up her stairs, and I get to her door, and I know I looked crazy. Like looking back, I probably looked so deranged and crazy, and I'm just knocking on her door, and she's like, "Hey, Eb," and I'm like, "Hey, I'm here." Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth and it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it. I see your passion, I like.
So I'm standing there with my suitcase. I'm knocking on the door, and she comes to the door, and she's like, "Hey, Eb." And I'm like, "Hey." And she's like, "Come on in." And I could see her looking at my suitcase, but it was always this feeling of like acceptance. Like you could tell she was caught off guard, but it was okay. Like, and Jamie has that spirit of like, you could be in the midst of like, you could be mad, you could be upset. And she's like, "No, it's okay. We're fine. Everything's okay. We're fine." So I remember her showing me to her son's room, and he had these cute little bunk beds. I think he had like Spider-Man sheets. And I've never been so happy to see like Spider-Man sheets in my life. So I was like, "Oh my gosh, a bed." Like for me, like I could clearly see it was bunk beds. So I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to have a bed." And I remember like shoving my suitcase in this corner and like, okay, like nobody's going to see it. Like it's just like in this corner, like put to the side. And it was like, there was no transition. There was no like, "Hey, Eb's going to be staying here with us." It was like, I'm home. Like the kids just like opened their arms, like everybody, her husband, like I never remember feeling like I'm imposing on their family. Oh my gosh. Like I think I was like more nervous at first than they were. Like they were just like, "Come on, like sit on the couch. Like what you want to watch? Like what you want to do?" So let's do a quick time check. So this was 2019, the Christmas time of 2019. So this journey started at the end of 2018. So mom passed in 2018. Now we're at the end of 2019. So this has been a full year of transition. We've been to Rhode Island. We've been to DC. We've been to New York. Like we've been to Massachusetts. So this was such a year of like, okay, and now we're here. And I think I say all that to say it doesn't matter where you're at. It matters the people who you're around and feeling that love. Like sometimes people don't need your money. They don't need your resources. They need your love. They need to feel accepted. And it's so funny because we always used to talk about, it took me 4 months being at Jamie's house. And I remember I was starting to look through apartments on my phone, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm looking for apartments." She's like, "Why?" I'm like, "I have to move." Like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "No, you don't. You're fine." And at that time I had got my daughter back. She was there with me because it was that love. It was that acceptance. Like, of course she can come. So it was just such a different feel. And it was so funny because, like I said, as I was looking for a place, she would go with me. She's like, "Okay, I'm coming to see this place with you." And she'd be like, "Nope, I don't like it. Come on, thank the realtor for coming, but you're not moving here." And I'll be like, "Oh, okay." And she's like, "Okay, I know you really want to move." So she has such like this protection over me. It was so cute. But I say all that to say, we always talk about people think that she gave me all this money or like she invested in me. She was like, no, I just did not pay her rent for staying with me. I enjoyed her being there because Jamie will tell you, I cooked every meal, I cleaned. Like, I think that was such a moment for me to serve. Like, I was just there in any way I could serve them. Can I babysit? Can I cook? Can I clean? I will do not anything, but you just want to show your gratitude and appreciation for someone literally opening up their home to you. So we had some good times. I think I'm going to try to incorporate some videos and clips of like, we used to have like dance parties and like different stuff like that. So I'll definitely try to get that so you guys can see it. But during that time, let's talk about how basically my career path. So when I first moved here, I didn't have a job, right? So we were like, okay, retail is the easiest thing to get into. I came from a sales background. I knew that my resume was stacked. I was like, I'm going to start where I could start. I had no shame. I was applying at Dollar Tree. I was applying at Family Dollar. I was applying anywhere and everywhere I could. So I remember I was talking to Jamie. We were in her living room and she was saying, oh, I think I'm going to take this makeup class. I think I'm going to get into makeup. And I was like, yeah, that would be cool. I was like, why don't we make a plan? I'll try to work at Ulta and I can get at Ulta. We can get some makeup, on discount and we can get into makeup. She was like, yeah, okay, cool. Something about that makeup sparked. Like, from that moment on, I never watched regular TV. I would go on YouTube and I would watch tutorials of people doing people's makeup. Like, that's all I watched. In my spare time, on my phone, I would just that's all I could basically watch, like nothing else. I wasn't even on social media like that. Like, it was literally just like makeup, makeup, makeup. I remember going into Ulta. And my makeup bag is funny. I want to show you guys what my makeup looks like now versus what I had then. I had like this little travel set. And I think I had a concealer, a mascara, an eyeliner, and like a little eyeshadow palette. And I remember I'm like, I'm going to go to Ulta. I'm going to do my face. And I'm in the mirror. I'm like, I'm going to look cute. I'm going to go in there. I had like a little head wrap on with braids. And I'm like, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to ask for a job. So I like put my outfit on, I do my little makeup. I'm like, okay. And I remember walking through the door and this guy is there. He's like, oh my gosh, you're so pretty. And I'm like, I am? Like, really? Like, I did good? And he's like, hey, like, how are you? And I'm like, I applied here. Can you like pull my resume? Like, and I'm like talking to him. He's like, oh yeah, like, let me go pull it. So we're like just talking in the front. He's like, okay, come back. Let's say this was like a Wednesday. He was like, come back next Tuesday for an interview. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, yes, I got this. Like, cool. I go to the interview. I nailed it. I applied to be just like a cashier. He was like, okay, so you can be a cashier. I think they called it a beauty advisor at the time. He's like, but I really want to get you into prestige where you sell like the high end stuff. And like, we really want to just put you on the floor. I'm like, okay, cool. I got it. So I remember going in my first day and I'm like at the counter. I still have to do some type of thing with the register. And I had an earpiece in my ear and I'm at the counter and he's like, hey, can you come to the back really quick? Now, this is an hour into my shift. I'm like, oh, like this is too good to be true. What happened? Did I give somebody the wrong change? Like, what is this man about to say to me? Like, okay. And I remember sitting down in the office and once again, that anxiety is starting to go when he was like, I know that you have a background in management. Like, would you be interested in being a manager? I'm like, huh? This is my first day. I've only worked an hour. He's like, oh, your resume and what we've seen is enough. There's an opening. It's going to be in Guilford. They're looking for a retail sales manager. This is the pay. This is when the interview is, and we want you to go. I'm like, okay, that works. I remember going to the interview, the general manager there loving me. Like I remembered her being like, okay, we need to like stay on track for like this interview because we're getting off track. So we're talking, offers me the job on spot. I'm like, whoa, really? She's like, yeah, like I loved you, like whatever. And that quick is how I kind of got into my Ulta life, my makeup. I mean, everything at Ulta was I would say I was like on this crash course. Like I said, my little makeup bag only was like this big. We would get free products where they want us to test out things. They called it gratis. So we have to watch a video on a product and then they would give it to us. I'm like, oh, this is sweet. Okay, cool. So I'm like building my kit. I'm like playing around with stuff. I'm actually learning from customers. So like I said, I didn't know much about makeup. I'm watching these YouTube videos, but I'm able to now connect with makeup artists. I'm asking them what's their favorite brands when they come in. All the things they should have been asking me, I'm asking them. But I'm just learning and I'm just like getting all this knowledge. And when I say makeup became like my getaway, like I would literally, now I'm still at Jamie's house. I have her son's room. We're like sharing these bunk beds. And I remember one day he came home and I had like found some flowers at Dollar Tree and I had like little push pins and I like put them on the wall and I'm like have my camera like propped up on the bed to the point where it's like just about to fall, but like not fall. And I'm doing a tutorial on how to make freckles. And he like walks in and he's like, what did you do to my room? And I'm like, oh, I'm just making a video. He's like, no, I like it. Like, good job. Like, and I remember like all the kids, my daughter, him and her daughter would just sit there and watch me for hours, like record these YouTube videos and watch me. And they were like my biggest fans. Like, it's so funny because we would like all be sitting in the living room and he would be in the corner on his iPad, like watching my YouTube video. And I would be like, and it's so funny because they were so little. Like, I think he was like 6 or 7 at the time. But they motivated me to keep going. And like I said, I don't know why at that time, what told me, oh, I never wanted to be a content creator. That's the funny part. Like in that moment, I wasn't saying, oh, I'm going to be this huge content creator. I did not know. It was just what I found joy in doing. Honestly, it was just like, kind of like how I write in the journal. That was just me expressing myself. So that was just such a monumental moment for me. Ulta definitely led me to do other things. After I left Ulta, I ended up being a general manager, a podcast host, and a stylist for a Black-owned bridal company. And that was interesting because I started out just being a stylist there. And over time, I got promoted to being a manager there. So I would say that was a point of time where I realized that I had more skill than I was giving myself credit for. And I could realize that I was allowing someone to use these skills and I wasn't getting paid for it. So I was being a podcast host for free. I was being a stylist, a general manager of a store. I was being an assistant to alterations. I had to take private appointments. I had to also be the janitor of the place. So I had to clean this place. And I just remember feeling so empty, like something that I once loved. I remember just feeling so depleted. And my health actually took a turn for the worse. I started getting really bad pains and ended up being sciatica. And I will never forget the day I quit. About 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks prior to the day I quit, I called the owner and I was like, I literally cannot walk. I'm crawling on the ground. I need you to come help me with appointments. And she promised me the world. She's like, yes, I'm going to come. Don't worry. I know that you're really hurting right now and that you can't take clients. And I remember people just coming in and I had to do 2 appointments at one time. And I'm carrying these heavy bridal dresses. And in my head, I'm like, you got to go. Like, you have to go. And I didn't have anything to do. I didn't leave knowing I was going to be an entrepreneur. I didn't leave knowing that I was going to open my own business. But I remember telling myself, if I'm running this woman's business, if I'm doing everything for her, she never comes here. She comes here to say hi. And clearly I'm keeping the place afloat. Clearly I'm keeping money coming. They're thanking me for doing all these things. Why can't I put this energy into my own business, my own podcasts, my own like creativity. Like I was also a social media manager for them. So I'm making the content for them. I'm posting it. I'm like, wait a minute, what am I doing? So I remember with so much confidence in me being like, I'm done. And they were like, you're leaving? I said, absolutely, I'm leaving. And I remember leaving there. I wasn't afraid. I wasn't scared. I was just like, this is enough. I can't do it. I will never allow someone to deplete me the way that this woman had depleted me. And that was literally me walking into being an entrepreneur without me even, I didn't have a plan written down. I won't even lie. People say, oh, write this. I didn't have a plan. So I remember going home and I'm like, I'm going to go on TikTok live. I'm going to be this content creator. I'm going to put my foot to the pavement. I'm going to go. So at the same time, Jamie had took a sister lot class back, I think even before the pandemic, she had took it. And she was like taking clients here and there. But during the pandemic, her business blew up because everybody was at home and the hairdressers, they were closed. Nobody was taking appointments. And they were like, I'm getting sister locks. Like, I have to lock my hair. I don't know what to do with it. Like, this is crazy. So when I say her business grew overnight, it grew overnight. So I remember during the pandemic, because her loctician was closed, she handed me her tool and she was like, figure out how to do my hair, please. I don't know how to explain it to you, but you just interlock it and keep going until it's tight. I'm like, what? I never even heard of sister locks. Now you want me to retighten your sister locks and you trust me? I'm like, okay. So first of all, Jamie thinks I could do anything and everything in life. Like, that's her thing. She was like, oh, Ebony could do that. She'll sign me up for anything. Like, oh, you need somebody to paint the wall? Go get Ebony. She can do it. Like, that woman has so much faith in me. She's just like, oh, yeah, she could do it. So I'm like, okay, don't let her down because she has a lot of faith in you. She's a loctician and she's telling me to do her hair. Okay. So I remember taking the tool and I hated it. I hated it. Her locks are so small. I call them the OG sister locks. They don't even do them that small anymore because it's insane. It's so small. And I remember being like, and she wants me to retighten all these locks on her head? Not just the part, not the middle part, not the crown, not the all of them. And I'm like, okay, but you can't let her down. You can't say no. So I did it. And it took me, I remember I would do like 8 to 10 locks and be like, okay, can I take a break? I'll do it again tomorrow. Like, I just could not do it. But I didn't want to tell her that. I didn't want to let her down. So I started doing her retightenings during that time and I learned and it didn't bother me so much. So I was like, okay, cool. So also during that time, before she really took off, she was like, I need to practice doing locks on someone's hair. Can I do it on your hair? I'm like, sure. She's like, you want sister locks? I'm like, sure, no problem. So I did have sister locks. That was my first install. Altogether, I had 3 installs. We don't talk about it because it triggers her. I've had 3 installs of sister locks. I still do have locks, but I just wear wigs sometimes because I'm still a wig girly. I have not made the commitment fully. But I remember her installing them in my hair and I'm like, okay, cool. But I'm thinking there, I still didn't think of the commitment process to it. I'm just like, okay, it's a hairstyle. I remember I got COVID, y'all, real quick. I got COVID and I was in the house quarantined for 2 weeks. I did not make it out of that quarantine with locks in my hair. I took them out. And I remember I came out of the quarantine and she's just like, what happened? I'm like, the locks had to go. I'm sorry. But I remember her reaching out to me in that moment where I quit. And she was like, listen, I need help. My business is overflowing to capacity. Like, I can't take anyone else. She was working full-time and being a loctician at that time, but she had to let go of her full-time job because it was happening like overnight for her. So I remember we had this conversation and she was like, I need you to take on clients for me. And I'm like, okay, this is that thing that I really don't like that much, but Jamie needs me, so I got it. So I remember my first client, she came to me. I was working out of Jamie's studio and she's like, okay, this is a quick client. It usually takes me like 3 to 4 hours to do it. So you got it. I'm like, okay, I got it. Cool. I felt so bad because I call her my OG client. She still comes to me. Thank God she had faith in me to give me some time to get it together. Today, I will say it only takes me 2.5 hours to do her hair. So we've come a long way. But that first day, she had a birthday party to go to. And I remember her phone kept ringing. And they were like, where are you? Like, the party. And she's like, I'll be there. And every time her phone rang, my heart would just beat, 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 beat. Because she's going off of the time that Jamie does her hair. She was my first person. I don't know if Jamie told her that she was my first person. So she had somewhere to be. And it was up to me to get her there. When I tell you, we barely made it. I think she probably caught like an hour of that birthday party messing with me and Jamie. But it was so cool to see my growth. I think altogether that day it took me like 5 to 6 hours to do her hair. But I started being really intrigued on seeing the growth and like my time and my speed increase. I'm like, okay, cool. So I kind of like say I fell into entrepreneurship because Jamie cracked the door for me. I was like, okay. And I remember I had 1 client, and then I had 4 clients, and then I had 10. And then I was like, okay, now I need my own studio because we're conflicting with each other's times. And then I remember getting so confident, like, oh, I could do an install. And I mean, it literally just took off. I think I've been doing locks now I'm going into this year would be 2 years. And my clientele, God, I when I say this sometimes, I can't believe it. I'm over 125 clients. So that just shows the power of consistency, the power of someone giving you the torch and you running with it, alongside of me doing makeup as well. So I always tell people the locks pay the bills. The makeup is my passion. I do want to get to the point where the makeup is also paying the bills too, but those slots for those appointments will be taken up by locks for now, because it pays the bills. And I do have a passion for it. I do love it because I get to connect with people and I get to talk to people. And I think that, like I said, that's always going to be a passion of mine. That's always going to fuel me. So no matter what I'm doing, as long as I'm connecting with people and talking to them, I can make the best of it. So I love my clients. I love y'all locks. I love y'all down. So that's kind of how I got into like entrepreneurship and, really going into my own lane. And I love it. I now have my own studio right here in Hamden, Connecticut, which is like a half beauty studio for my makeup and then like half loctician hair. We do it all. It's also like a therapy session. I'm like doing my counseling, we have our sessions, we cry, we laugh, we do it all. So yeah, Connecticut is my sweet spot. And now y'all see why I say Connecticut is my sweet spot, because I came here, I was a manager overnight, opened up my own business. I clearly am not homeless. And I have my own beauty studio. So I went from homeless to like having 2 spaces, like a home and a beauty studio. So that's why we got to keep going. Like, that's why you will always see #keep going, because that consistency pays off. That healing pays off. That inspiration, that motivation, like having that fire, no matter what it looks like, I don't care if you're sitting in a cardboard box, you have to know I will not always be in this box. And that's why I'm here with y'all right now. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too.
We're more onto more reform things. I'd like to be considered a child's father. Baby daddy is such a connotation to it. Yeah. Like, she my baby mama when I'm mad.
No, when you were talking to your student.
Liz, you recording?
You like, say hello to my baby mother.
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it. I see your passion, I like what you do. I see you working, see you
Team effort, no.
All right, so welcome back to the Real Joy podcast. I'm your host, The Real Joy, and today I have with me Ivan Jackson, formerly known as my baby daddy. No, I'm just playing. My father's...
Kalani's dad.
Kalani's dad, yes, Kalani's dad. We have a child together. Her name is Kalani.
Yes, we do.
She just turned 10. So we are here today to talk to y'all about 10 years. I feel like this is like to celebrate the anniversary of 10 years of being parents.
Yeah. 10, like 1-0.
And doing it together.
Yeah, for sure.
And doing it together apart for almost the full 10 years of her life, which we're going to get into. But we're going to take y'all down our memory lane, kind of talk about how we got here.
Yep.
Where we met, all that good stuff. So
how we got here 10 years later.
Yes.
Where we started from and kind of like where we are now.
Okay. So we both went to a school called Wheelock College in Boston, Massachusetts. It is now Boston University.
Yes, they've been absorbed.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is nice because if we like get our transcripts, it'll say BU.
Hopefully.
No, it will.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah, it does. So my mother worked at that school, and it's funny because everybody on campus called my mom their mom.
Yeah.
So when they would meet me, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go see my mom real quick," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, me too." And they're like, "Oh, okay, cool." And then we would get there and be like, "No, but this is actually like my mom." They're like, "Oh no, this is my mom too." I'm like, "Okay." Like, joke is over. Like, this lady gave birth to me. So that's kind of like what happened with us. He was like, "Oh, I'm going to see my mom." I'm like, "Okay, cool." We walk over there. Already, my mom had like already knew you. She loved you. They had like their own relationship. Yeah. And I was just kind of like, "Okay, cool."
Yeah. I think to add too, I'm a director of future planning, director of future pathways by day. So I help students plan the next 15 to 20 years of their life. Her mom showed up at a time when I was transitioning from the Bronx out of high school into college. And she was everybody's mom because, you know, a lot of times black and brown kids are going to school and they're going to schools far away from their families, and you kind of replace or try to find another mother to help keep that community. And, you know, Miss Sherry was definitely that community for everybody. So as she's telling the story and I'm thinking about like her mom, I'm thinking about like the several siblings that I had on campus, like vicariously through her, outside of, you know, her daughter being who she was. But, you know, I think of, you know, people I'm still in communication with today, or one or two people who I talk to all the time, and it's become almost like family, and it's because of her mother. So she's probably a very, very, not probably, she's a pivotal, like a seminal part of, you know, how she shows up in the story. So.
Yeah, like our whole journey. And I think like right away I had such a like liking to you because like once my mom likes you, I feel like, okay, like cool, we in there. And we really had like a slow burn of a relationship. I feel like we started out like best friends. Sure. Like the best of friends. I just remember like the first time we hung out, it was just like, we just kept hanging out. We just kept hanging out. We went to a predominantly white school.
Yes, we did.
And
like we could count the the black kids on campus probably 4 times over on our hands.
And then overall, the population of the school was like 1,000. And how many?
No, it was less than 1,000.
Less than 1,000.
Like less than maybe 650.
And how many guys? Out of like that number, like 50,
very
maybe
small.
Very small. So to be in a relationship on that campus was like groundbreaking. Like everybody knew, because like every guy, once they were accounted for, they were kind of accounted for. So it was like a big deal to have a relationship on the campus, but we weren't even like going into it like thinking like, okay, you're going to be my boyfriend. I don't even think there was a moment where like you're like, you're my girlfriend.
And I think it was a full span of a full year. So we actually didn't even engage into any kind of rhetoric or conversations like that until the second year of kind of.
You know what it was? I think it was after that first year when we were packing up to go home for that summer.
And you realize,
and I think we were realizing like, oh, I'm not going to see you for this whole summer. Like, okay, this is about to be weird. Like, and I think over that summer we grew closer to each other. And I think once we kind of came back on campus, I think it was just like a known, we just like operated in a couple.
Yeah.
And I think because of the leadership positions that we held together.
Yeah.
You being the president of the Black Student Union, me being the vice president. I think we just like fell into like this, like people called us like Michelle and Obama, like of the campus and stuff like that. People looked up to us. I feel like we just naturally like fell into the role of it. Yeah. So it was nice at first. I think that our relationship always, we remained friends no matter what.
Yeah.
But I think that the pressures of the campus, everything going on, the things that were going on, I felt like Olivia Pope sometimes. Like everything that was going on in campus when it had to do with like Black or brown students, we were the face of it. So people were like coming to us and like, figure this out, deal with this.
Most definitely.
And I think I remember us just starting to, I don't know, like a wedge came between us. I feel like when it came to like maybe my friend group, I now look back, I think I was like a little bit more immature than you. The way I handle things, I was a little bit of a hothead.
I think, so to circle back to a lot of different things, like I think when we think about going to college as, you know, two people of you know, we coming from, your mom went to college?
Yeah.
She went to college.
She has a master's too.
Right after, or she went kind of later?
Right after.
She went right after. So my mom went to college as well, right? But for a lot of our experience, I know for me, my mom was not born here. My mom was born in Barbados. My mom is the only person in her family with her mother, the only child of her mother's children to get a degree, right? And for me, my experience felt very, very first generation anyway. Being in that, everything was kind of like, school was a saving grace. It was like this manifest destiny moment. Like, we had to go to school. The idea of going to school was like being able to beat situations of the neighborhoods we grew up in, being able to change the circumstances that my family was in. My mother may have thought she would have been in the situations. My father worked very blue collar, and my mother made it me going to college tantamount to being a difference to that, right? And so coming to school, right, meeting somebody like Miss Sherry. I also went to a school, independent school, the Learning Tree Cultural Preparatory School, which was founded by a lot of the Nation of Islam ideology. So it was very Black nationalist, you're going to know who you are very young. So leaving the Bronx to go to a predominantly white community, predominantly white college.
In Brookline, Fenway.
Yes.
Nice.
So borderline suburb area, coming from the Bronx, predominantly Black and brown, leaving there to find a smaller community or smaller family was very important. But the perils of that, right, when you're trying to figure out at 17, 18, 19 who you are, right, how you show up in spaces. For me, particularly thinking about how I show up as a man of color in spaces, how do I show up as somebody who wants to be a friend? How do I show up eventually as somebody who wants to be a partner to somebody, particularly to a woman of color, right? And how did I watch my dad do it? How do I watch the guys around me do it? How do I maintain all these responsibilities at one time? And I think
it was a lot.
In college, I felt that plight. Like, I felt like there was a certain level of growing up that I had to do as a man. And I felt like I had to do that in the space, particularly in college. Or that was the only space and time that I thought that I had to do it.
And I feel like it happened overnight for you too, because my mom didn't come back. We only had her for our freshman year.
Yeah.
She didn't come back our sophomore year. And so the first year I had housing because she worked there. So I got housing for free. Or did I get either way, I was able to get housing. So the second year I lived off campus. So I did have an apartment off campus, but because I had already spent that first year on campus, I didn't want to be away from you guys, from like our friends. Yeah. So I felt like my mom had this conversation with you and was kind of like, okay, you're responsible for my daughter now. Like, if you want to be this man in her life, if you want to be this, when you eat, she eats. When you go here, she goes here. And she kind of like handed you like these husband duties at the age of 17, 18. And I think that does have a lot to do with our relationship and all that you explained, you trying to be this Black man of the space, you being the leader of this, you going to president dinners and all these things, while also now responsible for this girl that I'm trying to like figure out my relationship with. And I think at times it was like very, looking back now that we have like the language for it and with the education that we both have, I think that it was very overwhelming. Like, I feel like at times where we would go at each other or the times where we would like fight and argue, I think it was both of us saying like, this is too much and we're overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Like when you really think back to it.
Sure.
And I don't think that we both knew how to navigate that at the time and how to say that. And I think it just came out in rage, anger, nasty words, you know.
Because at the same time, you learning how to be a young adult.
Yeah.
Right? Like you learning. So the caveat to all this, guys, is like, I'm in school. I have a master's from Purdue in American Studies. And we'll get to that part where that took us
into Indiana.
And kind of like our parenting journey. But I'm also in school to get another degree now from Alfred University in school counseling, and then also my licensed mental health counseling as well. So thinking about this from a total therapy counseling, kind of taking a step back and looking at the whole person, like there's so many layers to why her mom may have left me that responsibility. There's so many layers to how we may have connected with each other, but then the level of anxiety we felt about navigating college and having good grades and being able to, you know, want to figure out what we're going to do in the next 4 years. And all that kind of weases around to how I'm a director of Future Pathways now, which is used to be called a director of college counseling, a college counselor, right? And thinking about the perils of having young people who I work with all the time play house too soon, right? So in my role, right, I work with over 450 young men of color, right? And talking to them about maybe you don't need to have a young lady or a partner, however they decide to, you know, profess their love. Like maybe you don't need to have a partner going into college. Maybe you don't need to bring a partner with you into school, right? When you get up there, you need to focus on yourself. So thinking about the perils of being able to have a dorm room, go to sleep at night, right? Go buy groceries, right? And figure out how to break bread if that's the kind of person or kid that you are, young person that you are. And if, you know, your mom or your parents raise you a certain way, you feel a general responsibility to the people around you, right? I went to school with 2 or 3 other people that I graduated high school with. So we've been together 4 years. Now we get up here, we're going to be together another 4 years, right? And the idea was the same way that we take care of each other, that's going to kind of augment to everybody else that's around us, particularly because we're a crew of young black students, right? Black and brown students coming from the Bronx, and we have to hold each other down. Naturally, we're going to get up here and figure out how we're going to hold the people who look like us down too, right? So I think our story is so interesting because this idea of playing house too early when you're trying to figure out yourself as a young adult, not that there's any single line of regret, but if I was your age again, kid, this is how I would have thought about, you know, every decision that I made in process. And I wouldn't have been trying to be, how you say, an adult so soon. Or I would have tried to, for lack of better terms, pray for broader shoulders. And this idea that I don't always know that our parents or folks older than us know that they're leaving the things with us that they're leaving us. Right? So their unmet traumas, their unmet like insecurities that they kind of just left with us. Like I don't want to be too tangential and go too off track, but I remember sitting on the porch with your mom, right? And we're talking about death, right? Death for me, my first big death in my life happened, I was 6 years old. And for me, I remember everything. I remember my mother's tears. I remember how I felt. I remember going to the funeral, particularly because my aunt died on my birthday, my 6th birthday. And I remember this always being something that I brought up. I even bring it up now, right? And I was talking to our mom about it, and we were all outside sitting on the porch, and I'm just like, I think I used to have a weird way of trying to test if Ebony was ready for certain things based on how her mother viewed me. So her mother viewed me almost way more experienced in life than her daughter and expected me to kind of steward her through a lot of the things that she hasn't learned yet, right? And I think that when we were having that conversation, we were talking about death and how it shows up and how it impacted me and how would she get through it, right? What would happen? And I think about that moment so much because I remember almost everything your mother said, but I remember a level of apprehension, right? She was nervous, but she felt okay that I had been prepared with those things, right?
Yeah.
Not even really considering like he's 17, 18, 19, he's gone through all these things already,
Yeah.
right? I'm expecting him to do this, and it's no malice that she expected me to do that because I felt that responsibility anyway, right? But the idea that there was an expectation for me to counsel you through that, without a level of counseling or understanding.
She was saying if that would ever happen for me.
Yes, like, you know, he's prepared. He has a level of knowing how to deal with it, and I think my level of questioning was around like, just asking, like, have you ever had any really big deaths? And at the time, your grandfather was still alive, so it wasn't really no thing, but he was sick.
Okay.
You know, so as he passed, there was kind of this level of understanding, like, this is what this feels like. And when I think about the nature of our relationship, it's wrapped in a lot of those anecdotes and vignettes where I get to unpack now as an adult, and it was like, we can't always fault people for being human. Yeah. Right?
But it was
for
a
the
lot.
things that they leave with us.
I think it was a lot. And like how you just said, I think you said something like you don't regret it. But I think I used to get so angry in the past when you say that because I would automatically feel guilty. And I would automatically feel like you started to resent me. And we'll talk about that more kind of in Indiana. I think I really started to feel that way when we moved to Indiana. But I really felt like senior year and then like when we broke up that there was like this resentment, like this anger, like I stole, like I used to get so mad too when you were like, I wish I didn't come to this college. Remember when we would like talk about that? Like, I wish I went to a HBCU. I wish I didn't come here. And I felt like a lot of you saying that was like because of our, you know, like because you didn't get a chance to go party. You didn't, like, we weren't the type that, like, would just go out on the weekend. Like, we were always, like, up under each other. And, like, I feel like you didn't get the college experience. We made the most of it, you know, with our people. But we didn't, when you think about this college experience, you would just, you know, not your typical average that you see on TV.
Yeah, for sure. So to address it, because, you know, we here, the cameras is here. I think at a young age, like, that level of resentment is real. It's very real. Yeah. Right? And to say that it wasn't resentment, it would be a disservice to where we are as adults. Like,
Which
there
is
was
good to hear.
Yeah, it was a heavy level of resentment, and it wasn't always directly at you. So just thinking about, I think, so I was saying, to be fair, like, we're calling a ace of your mother would say, ace of spade. There was a level of resentment. Yeah. Like, by the time I'm graduating, I was 21, 22, but having been in a relationship at 18, right? Not really 17, but 18, and not being able to experience certain level of college parties because I felt an obligation to be a certain type of, represent a certain type of thing on campus, represent a certain type of love to you, right? Whether we were in a relationship or not, there was a certain way I wanted to show up as a black man who the closest person that I found on this campus to me was of color, where every other brother on campus wasn't really dipping and dabbing in that direction for me.
I was going to say too, and like, not that you need this, but to commend you for being on a campus where I was the minority, like, you know, like you were with the tall, black, bigger woman. And I think you were like the only guy on campus that had a girl that looked like me. Like, now that I think back to it, like that, I think spoke volumes in itself. And I think that the attention that you got because of that, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people looked at us and was like, but she's taller than you. But I think that you got a lot of attention for that. I think that a lot of girls, were envious because of our bond, because I don't think it was necessarily a thing of like aesthetics for us. I don't think we looked at each other and was like, okay, you're my type, I'm your type, but it was more of like this, like we just clicked and it worked. So I think that we did get attacked a lot because of that. And I just want to commend you because I'm pretty sure that wasn't the easiest way to like navigate that space. So
no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I think to that resentment, I appreciate you and commend you just for being able to host this space, to have this conversation, right? And to be able to have other people listen to it, right? Because I work with students. I work with young people. I got mentees, 25, 26, 2, 3 kids, and trying to navigate this space. And I felt like they used me as their Polaris, or almost a North Star when trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
And it's a part in the podcast where we're going to get to the village around being able to have, fathers who went through similar situations as me, and, ideally women examples around me who were telling me how to see it, how they saw me from their perspective, or the things that I was doing in the future really helped me. But even then, right, I became the Black Student Union president. I was the first black male, 1, to be the president. 2, I was the first underclassman to win the nomination. And even winning the nomination was scandalous because everything that they had to say about me for winning, right? Just for a small club nomination only added to what they already say about, 1, boys from the Bronx, black men from the Bronx, and how they say black men show up. So out the gate, if you guys have seen Higher Learning, remember Ice Cube on Higher Learning? Like out the gate, I got the Ice Cube treatment from Higher Learning. Like he was just aggressive. He showed up as this. He's a supreme advocate on campus, but there's an inherent idea that he might hit women.
But all the black girls loved you.
But all the black girls loved me.
And all the older black girls loved you.
There's this inherent idea that, he's angry. He's this person on campus, but, I was the first person they called when shit went left on campus. Whether it was gangster shit, hard, it's people coming to campus moving funny, or, there's some things that we need to address with faculty. Like the role we played as leadership groups in the e-board for the Black Student Union amalgamated to we social workers, right? We counselors, we advocates on campus.
That's exactly what it turned into. Like Olivia Pope, like I said.
Kalani's godmother, who's gracious to still be a part of our village today, she came to work in a diversity position at the school, and she almost had her own little task force, for lack of better words, henchmen. Like there were certain things that we were gonna address that was gonna make people feel comfortable on campus.
Yeah.
People who look like us. And I think that level of responsibility I've carried throughout my life, right? I think I was taught at a certain point to be that way, right? I told you guys the schools that I went to, but then there was a level of, I went to high school, I went to all-male public school, right? I went to all-male public school, and the focus was on excellence for us, right? I went to a predominantly white college and found a circle to recreate everything that I was taught for everybody else. I went to school with my high school friends. I'm not saying I was the most popular guy on campus, but there was a certain point where everybody knew I was going to stand on business. And living with that became tough. It impacted everything around me, including my relationship with people, right? My relationship with her, whether we were friends in a relationship or not, right? There was a level of me feeling like I had to carry the world, and I knew where the burden came from, but I didn't know how to mitigate it or even talk about it, right? So I think that's all really have come full circle with the job that I do now, and even us sitting right here, right?
There's something that you keep saying that I think is really important to our story. Like I keep hearing you repeat, whether we were friends, whether we were in a relationship, and I think that is very important because there were so many parts of our journey where we say we were together. When people ask me, I say we were together for 5 or 6 years. But there is a lot of time in that where we would not be together, but still be together.
Making sure everybody all right.
Yeah. So when I got pregnant, we actually weren't
together.
We weren't together.
No.
And it was 2 weeks after. There was 2 weeks before we were leaving college. And I remember we had this conversation. We had no plans on being together after college.
I didn't want to see her. I don't.
No, for sure.
It was really
it got to the point.
I did my time. I'm done. All right, for real though.
Like you said, when we were leaving school, we did not have a plan of seeing each other after. Things had gotten really ugly with us. I remember we both kind of ruined our senior week when we were supposed to be going out. Our arguments were just getting worse. People were getting involved in our arguments. Kalani's godmother, I remember one time we tore up her office, fighting with each other. It was just getting really bad. Like you said, I didn't want to see you after we it was to the point where we're It was bad. I remember like rumors were starting, like people telling me that you were like with other people, different RAs and stuff like that. It was getting really, really bad. And I think that we had this one night with all of our friends and we were kind of like celebrating. I think it was like spring break, but some of us didn't leave. We were on campus and all of our friends, and we ended up partying for maybe like 3 weeks. I'm sorry, like 3 days. Like 3 days.
I remember the 3 weeks.
Yeah, but like 3 days back to back. We were all just hanging out. We were like all sleeping in the same dorm or whatever. And the result of that ended up me finding out I was pregnant 2 weeks before we graduated. So like I said, we weren't talking. I remember I was like feeling sick. I don't even think I had told you.
At first, no.
At first.
But I damn sure went to go buy that test.
But the test was negative.
Oh, yeah, it was.
So he bought the test. The test was negative.
No, one of them wasn't, though. I think the first time you did it, it was, and we went and got another one. Because I remember looking and being like, nah, that shit is fake. Ain't no way. And you like, nah, that shit is...
I just can't remember. I felt a certain way that I never felt before. So I remember I went to go take a blood test. You didn't go with me. I went by myself. I took a blood test. And I came back on campus and I was telling everyone. I told like...
I was hot. What you mean you telling everybody?
I told like this lady that I was really close with in the cafeteria. I told Jamie. And then I think I like ran into you maybe or text you like I have to tell you something. And I was like, I'm pregnant.
That shit is all so crazy because, and this is speaking transparently, the year before senior year, I did a summer research opportunity program. Never in my mind that I thought kid from the Bronx was gonna do research at Ohio State. There was some professors there who was like, yo, you have a way with words, you engage the content a certain way, you want to create knowledge, you want to be an instructor, or you at least want to engage in this. Whatever it is that you thinking in your brain, you want to get deeper than where you are. So I applied to a program. I went to Ohio State for a summer, the summer before my senior year of college. At Ohio State, I made a big transformation. I might have lost like 85 pounds. This is the first time that I had access to a library that was always open, access to a gym that was always open.
He was living his best life.
This wasn't Ohio State.
He was living his best life. He was like, I'm about to graduate. I'm done with her. Like,
I got in shape.
Got in shape.
I think that, you know, when I think about, I just didn't, Ebony stopped being in a future plan for me because I felt like having to worry about her and other people around me stopped with these new visions of myself that I believed I had. So never did I thought I wanted to get a PhD, right? Never did I think that I wanted to be a doctor, but to go engage at Ohio State, do research on, I believe my research was based in looking at black male collegians, so looking at black college students, particularly men, and their experience with feeling like they belong on campus, right? Wow. I'm talking about that, but I was one of those students, right? Being able to engage in how we think about helping others. This is the work that we've done, right? How to make other students feel like they belong on campus. And so the idea of her having a kid, the idea of you walking on campus telling everybody, that just seemed like it's slowing me down. And at this point, it seemed like everything you're doing is slowing me down. And where I'm trying to go, you're not trying to go, right? And
that was felt. And I think that kind of made me insecure because as quiet as it's kept, I think that you made me feel small, and very incompetent. A lot of times.
Apology.
So I think that going into it, like me being like, oh, I'm pregnant, I think I was very delusional. I don't think that I had like a clear thought process to like what this meant for me at the time, because you're talking about someone who like always did what their mother told them to do. This was out of the norm. This wasn't something that was planned. This wasn't anything that was on my radar. I didn't have a plan, like kind of what he's saying that he had for himself. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I left college. I was very much still immature. But I think it was because that's what I was told I was. So I kind of fell into it. Yeah. So I remember after college graduation, I remember like being on the Riverway and we had just finished cleaning out your room and your mom is like walking down the path and she's like giving me this look. And I'm like, oh, he must have told her. And she's like walking up to me. And I'm like, I have this stupid grin on my face. And she was like, you think this is cute? Like, you think this is like...
I ain't know that happened.
Yeah, she was just like, what you gonna do? Like, you pregnant? Like, and I think that kind of set the tone for me for like how things are gonna be. So thank you so much for tuning into this episode and we'll see you on part 2. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth, think it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily.
All right, so welcome back to part 2. So after we graduated, you got the opportunity. You want to talk about the opportunity why we went to Indiana? Well, yeah, you could talk about it.
I spoke a little bit in the last segment around doing research at Ohio State for the summer. So this research program at Ohio State kind of set me up for what I wanted to do after college. I think going through college, my whole line of thinking was always that I didn't really know what I wanted to do next, but I just didn't want to work, if that makes sense. Like, I felt like going into the workforce is like, I'm gonna work for the next 30, 40 years of my life. So all I ever knew was school. By that point, I felt like school was this saving grace or this medium for me to get out, right? To get out the neighborhood, to change my family's life. So I figured I'm gonna try to go to school. Without the summer research opportunities program at Ohio State, I probably would have never even imagined to apply for graduate education at a place like Purdue University, right? Or to even take my GRE, right? The idea of taking the graduate entrance exam was far-fetched to me. Like, this was not something that people around me did. People from my neighborhood, people in my family. So it was all new, and the only examples that I had was the new people that I met in life in college. So speed it up, me and somebody else from Wheelock applied to Purdue University because a professor in human development at the time at Wheelock was a Purdue alum. She said, well, since you did research at Ohio State, she was the one that introduced the program to us. Maybe you should think about applying for graduate school. I applied. At first, I didn't get in. Through some special, grace of God.
I didn't know that.
At first I didn't get in. I'm not sure why I didn't get in, but I didn't get in. That was reversed, and I now went from not knowing what I was gonna do to know that I was going to Purdue in August. So you go from graduating in June to heading to West Lafayette, Indiana in about August, right? And that opportunity presented a lot. I received a teaching assistantship where part of my funding to be there, to be a full-time student, to get the stipend that I couldn't really work for. I had to be a full-time student. So when you set up in a Research One institution, if you find the right funding, right? I had funding from 2 departments, the African American Studies Department and American Studies. African American Studies Department, as a instructor in training, as a professor in training, required me to teach, or TA. That journey in itself, right? The idea that I was leaving Indiana, the idea that I was about to teach in a college classroom, coming from, my high school was in District 9, I believe, when I was younger. One of the the lowest socioeconomic areas a school could be in, right? Although my school was made and primed for excellence, right? Created to combat the prison to school pipeline. I didn't really know how to write a paper going into college in the ways that my peers, right? Or even going into grad school, my peers could. So it was an uphill battle, uphill feat. I made it to Purdue, to speed us up, right? I made it to Purdue. I went in August. Kalani was born in January. We had a talking rapport. We communicated with each other. I wouldn't say we were together.
No, we definitely weren't together.
But
I remember being home and
she lived in North Carolina.
I lived in North Carolina. You were in Indiana. And I remember right before I had Kalani, I came out to Indiana to kind of see what it was like. And I visited, and we still weren't really together.
Yeah.
It was kind of... We were just like preparing to have her, trying to figure out what that was going to look like.
Yeah.
I stayed there for maybe like a month, I would say. And then I had to get back home because all my, everything was kind of set up for me to still have her in North Carolina. So I remember I didn't really have a lot set up for myself, like listening to you say like everything you had. I think I was very intimidated because like everything you're saying, because my mom gave this responsibility, me as a person kind of gave me as a responsibility to you. It's almost like she kind of was just setting me up to like be with someone who could take care of me, or like be not necessarily like pouring into me and like saying, well, maybe you could do this, do this. It was kind of just like, well, you need to be taken care of. So I remember her like pressuring us to get married.
And that it was so random because this wasn't always her rhetoric. Like that wasn't, she talked about it, but the moment Ebony became pregnant, in my opinion,
it's automatic. Yeah.
Everything
and like
shifted.
She knew that like we weren't necessarily together, but it was like, okay, now that you guys have a kid together, you have to get married. And I think that was like very strange for me because there was no real trying to figure out where we were together at that moment, or like no one ever cared to repair us or to fix, or anyone to sit down with us and be like, okay, what's going on with y'all? Why aren't things working? But it was like this fast track to like being adults and being parents and being together. So as my due date came closer, still we weren't together. I remember you coming to North Carolina.
Had a baby shower. We skipping past it. We had a baby shower.
We had a baby shower.
Couple things going on.
I think you were pretty. Your comfortability level with my family was always, because we had been in each other's lives. We kind of grew up together.
Yeah.
So like our families.
That's good context.
Yeah, our families all knew it was like family.
Yeah.
Like that's what we always say too. Like as weird as it sounds to people, I feel like we have like more of a sibling.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. We definitely have more of a sibling bond than you would expect from a situation as typical as this.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting that when you say that, not to cut you off, but there's people in her family that I think if I could get to today, it's still that energy about me. Like
my
I could call Kamari and Kariana, and if they not necessarily doing the things they need to do as grown ass adults, they might still hear me. But that was all essential to me because of how I was taught to show up as a man of color, right?
Yeah.
And how I was taught to show up just in general, right? As a leader, right? As it is. And it wasn't always inextricably attached to me being a man. Like, you know how you get very patriarchal, and I have a phallus, I have a man, I have to take care of you. There was some hints of that, but it was really how I showed up as a black man in these white spaces. It's really how I showed up and showed a level of love that we didn't necessarily see on TV, a level of love that I was necessarily reading in books and was trying to manifest, right? Because now what we missing is like we pouring all this information, intellectualism in our brains. And not only that, but we trying to figure out how to show that, how to live that. And every college student is going through that right now. And if it's not college, it could be, all right, for lack of a better term, somebody in another dormitory situation, jail. They reading, they learning, they understanding, and they trying to figure out how to apply that to their lives, right? And it's all one and the same, right? And they're going through this transitional phases, and sometimes nobody is sitting you down to help you really chart out what you do and how you pivot when you do this.
And
right?
I think that was at the beginning the downfall to our co-parenting start, because we didn't have anyone kind of sitting us down and saying, okay, this is what it's going to look like. This is what you're going to be responsible for. This is what you need to work on. We kind of like literally just went into it like, okay,
how we
like
did everything else.
Yeah, like really just like, okay. So I had Kalani January 2nd, 2015. She had to be in the NICU for about 3 weeks, I would say. I was supposed to have her December 23rd. They didn't induce me.
She wasn't trying to budge.
Yeah, she wasn't budging. My cervix wasn't ripening. I think that's how you say it. Yeah. So it was like a long process. We still hadn't figured out what it was going to look like with you being in Indiana, with me being in North Carolina. We still didn't really know what us being parents were going to look like up until her being born. Yeah. So we both, it's so funny because with her being born, you actually, like, you were able to hold her.
Yeah, I had Kalani like the first 30, 40 minutes of her life.
Yeah.
By myself.
I had an emergency C-section, so I didn't get to hold her. I didn't really get to see her. And then they had to rush her off to the hospital that was like an hour away right after I had her. Just the way they induced my pregnancy, the medicine was going to her and not me. And it was like
slowing her heart rate.
Yeah, it would like spike her heart rate, then it would slow it down. Spike her heart rate, then slow it down. So I ended up having to have an emergency C-section, which was very just on top of the unknown. Like that was like more added trauma to the whole process. And because I had a C-section,
it's a whole level and layer, not even to cut you off, but you know, as we think about media and talking and Black women and C-sections and where you was at having that baby and
North Carolina.
You know, it's a level of like, it could have been by design, and that's where, you know, I'm coming from with the rhetoric and intellectualism and understanding, like, she was a part of that statistic now of women who could have been forced into having a C-section. Like, for all we know, right, it could have been a whole nother alternative route. Because you were a Black woman in that space, in that hospital at the time, yeah. This is what they know to do to women of color, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But so I feel like that journey kind of started off just very traumatic. We had to stay at the Ronald McDonald House.
Word.
In one room with 2 beds.
And her mommy.
And my mom. So it was us in a twin bed, and then my mom in a twin bed. And we would like go up to the hospital every day and visit with her from like the beginning of the day to the end of the day. Yeah. Then we would come back to this room. I think my mom stayed for like maybe the first 3 or 4 days, and then she kind of left and just like allowed us to kind of, I think my mom also in that moment was figuring out that like, okay, they need to figure out what they're doing. Like I remember my mom almost, I think she kind of felt like the third wheel, but like the glue at the time holding us together. And I think when she left us at the Ronald McDonald House, that was the first time that we actually had to like
talk and process things.
Talk as Kalani's parents, like the first real moment as Kalani's parents. And I think that we did an awesome job at it. I think that parenting came to us like it was very easy. It was very like, it was an instinct for us because we were so used to taking care of people around us. Like you said, our little cousins at the time, like we were that person for everyone. Like we were already taking care of everyone. So doing it for our own kid in that moment was very, I think that was like the beginning of like me seeing this journey in my head. Like, okay, maybe this can work. Even though we're still not having conversations, even though I don't know what to expect, I feel very overwhelmed because like, I feel like everyone was looking at Ivan, right, as like, this is this guy who has like all these opportunities, and now he has a baby, and now he has this baby mama, and she don't know what she gonna do. She don't know. And it's so funny now that I'm a creative and I do hair, makeup, and like that was always me, but I didn't necessarily have the support or people understanding the way my mind worked maybe. So always just seemed as if like I wasn't good enough. And I think I went into that co-parenting relationship thinking I wasn't good enough. I felt like I was like looked down upon. So I wasn't really confident as a mother going into co-parenting, but I knew that I had the support of my mom. And that's kind of what like kept me going, because like my mom, at first she was like, okay, you're pregnant. Like she wasn't ecstatic, but she said the only thing I asked is that you graduate before, you ever did anything. She's like, you did that? Because it was 2 weeks before. So she supported me through that co-parenting. So I think like me going to Indiana after we had her, my mom supported that decision. I think that at first it was hard for her, but she understood like, okay, you're responsible, kind of went back to like what she knew of you.
Yeah.
And I went to Indiana. Still, we're not together. Still, we're not talking about what things look like between us, but I now have your baby. You have this opportunity in Indiana. I don't have anything set up for myself right now in North Carolina, so I need to go to Indiana. I don't think your parents were the happiest about it, which I understand, because they were thinking Ebony is going to get in the way of this opportunity that you worked so hard for.
I think, not to cut you off, I think if we could circle, I think Ebony shared a space where she resented me because I feel like at a time, my rhetoric to her was that I wanted more for her than she wanted for herself.
But I don't think it always came out that way.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think that we struggled in that space, and a level of resentment was created around me even feeling like that, because I showed it not always in the nicest ways. So in the ways that people will push off, well, he has all these things planned, from people around us to her family even. Oh, if you have a little girl, she gonna be on point. Ivan's this. I mean, I even showed up a certain way with her family, right? So I think that all of those things included with, I started to believe and feel a lot of that too. Like, well, she ain't got shit planned. I'm just gonna carry this shit forever. Like, and I think it showed in kind of visceral ways, not in ways that was nice, right? Not in ways that was encouraging to somebody that was that age, right? There was always a level of, I carried my age, but then 10 to 12 years extra too, trying to kind of show and be a role model. And I could remember and think of so many ways that I just was nasty. Some ways that I could still be nasty now, not with her, but just things in general, right? Because, we're works in progress. But I can remember moments, or even when we speak particularly about coming to Indiana, I don't know if my parents, they wasn't happy about it, but at a certain point, I lived in a way where it was like, it's nothing you could say. I did everything you needed me to do.
Yeah.
I'm in grad school, I'm this, I showed up as a leader on campus. So at a certain point, I cared, but I didn't care. I think we had a conversation and I wanted her to wait until
You didn't want me to come when
I think I needed another 3 months before she came. And this is so I stopped you only because at a certain point, I stopped speaking to her mother, not on purpose. Not on purpose, we just wasn't communicating. It wasn't a riff. I would never be for her mother. I might have felt some type of way, but if her mother reached out to me, I'm never gonna be disrespectful. I was never that with Miss Sherry. At a certain point, we had stopped talking. I didn't know that her mother was going through it. And I think, I don't know if you know that purview completely. There's a space where we went from graduation to me figuring out school to you getting to Indiana and not knowing your mom was sick, not knowing that she was getting sick, not knowing that anything was happening to her. I didn't really know your mom was sick till I knew, but I didn't really know till I got to Pheasant Run. Like, I don't think that was ever something we sat down and talked about. You feel me? Because I will remember, and I think when I think back to this all the time, I always think of that moment. For her mother to be such a pivotal part of it, I think the only time I spoke to her mother in between a lot of that is we was beefing about some money. Not me and her mother, me and her. And her mother as the mediator, like, all right, cut the shit. She kind of know I'm going to communicate with her at a certain level and in a certain way out of respect. In certain ways, her mother could check me, right? Whether I'm getting angry, angsty, cut it out. And I would listen. I would adhere to that. And I think that there was a level of when she was transitioning to Indiana, I was clueless. I wasn't clueless on purpose, though, right? I was trying to figure out.
Going on in my
I was
life.
trying to figure out everything that I was figuring it out. Like, I moved to Indiana on my own. I got on the plane and figured out the place that I lived.
Yeah.
I got the place before I got there.
We were like on airbeds.
Not to say that my parents didn't. My dad was not driving to Indiana. That just wasn't a thought. Like, and it's not the judge. I'm not judge. I think I used to judge him for it, but it's like I get it as a parent now. And granted, I'm gonna drive Kalani to Indiana, but I get it. You work a full-time job, you blue collar, you don't have time to really take these 3-4 days. My mom doesn't drive, so you doing the drive by yourself, then to come back by yourself. I flew to Indiana. I found some furniture a couple days later. They sent me a couple dollars. Airbag, thugged it out. I'm 20-something years old.
Yeah.
If you take me out of college and put me in another situation and I got a job, everybody's doing this right now at this age, or they in a worse or better situation. And I think that there was a level of unknownness for me that created probably more anger.
Oh yeah, you were very angry. Like, looking back on everything, you were just really angry. I remember when I got there, I had Kalani. At first, I didn't have a job because we were trying to work out childcare.
Tell them the truth. Why we ain't have childcare in Indiana?
No money?
Shit, we could have figured the money out. I went to Purdue. We could have figured the money out. What didn't I want? You remember that?
Like it was predominantly
white. This is what I'm coming from.
Yeah. It was
Ain't no way in hell I'm going to come from Boston and New York and go to Indiana and expect somebody random. I don't know nobody out here. I don't know if I have family in Chicago. I don't know if I have family in Gary. Everything that I know is in New York City is on the East Coast. My brand new kid coming from a predominantly white institution where we was going to war with 40, 50-year-old white faculty because you felt a certain type of way about our existence in this space, and you want me to let you watch my little black baby?
But no. I also feel like, but on the other hand of that, you were angry because I was just home with her and I wasn't working and I wasn't helping.
I don't think I was angry about that. It might have been perceived like that.
Because you were just angry.
Yeah.
But
angry at everything else.
Yeah.
Because it was, to me, and not in a chauvinist manner or anything, it was my decision for you to stay home. It was your decision. You had the agency in it. But if I would have encouraged you to go to work, you probably would have found a job. I did,
though. I ended up working.
Eventually she did, and we tried to shift. But at first, hell no.
Yeah, so I think because of everything that was being said about me at the time and just the attitude around me, I was like, I did not want to ride his coattail in Indiana. I wanted to go to Indiana, make my own life, no matter what that looked like, even if it was working 2 to 3 hours a day. I wasn't going to be here and kind of like...
Charlie.
Yep, I worked at Charmin Charlie. So it was funny because he was at school and he worked at Finish Line, and our stores were literally right across from each other in the mall. So say he worked from like an 8 to 3 shift, then I would work like the 3 to 10 shift, and we would literally
pass the baby.
So like he would like be getting out of work, I would be going in. We would literally hand each other a stroller, hand each other the bag, and I would go and work or leave work. And I think we did that for maybe like 3 months, I want to say. And that was like my favorite time because, like I said, I'm like, okay, I'm finally doing something. I don't know what my check was contributing. I don't really know, but I felt like, okay, I'm getting on the bus by myself. I'm gaining this independence. It's me and my daughter, like, okay, like I'm starting to feel my way out. I was like, I had made a friend. Like everything was kind of looking up. But I think looking back, I just could not get past the anger. Like there were so many untalked about moments with us. And I just remember like, if I could like just look at this measuring, cup of anger, it just kept rising and rising and rising. And I remember getting to the moment where I started to become uncomfortable. I remember your mom coming to visit while we were co-parenting, while we were in Indiana, and the way that you were like treating me, you started treating me that way in front of your mother.
Yeah.
And I think that was a huge sign for me, like, okay, so this is like what it is, you know, like we're not going to escape this. Because usually you try to put on around people and like, but when that didn't change and I was said, okay. So I remember reaching out to my mom and making a plan where I wanted to go home. I don't think I necessarily included you in that plan. I kind of like started moving in my own manner.
This is by October. So if she came out there,
No, I didn't come out January. I came out there. Kalani was 3. Kalani was maybe.
She was maybe February, March.
Yeah, so
by October they was gone.
I would say I was in Indiana. Yeah, for
by October they was gone.
Yeah,
October 10th.
You know the date?
I know the date, October 10th. By October 10th they was gone.
Yeah, so I called my mom. I was like, I know you wanted me to try to work this out. This is not conducive to anything that is like positive for me. I remember just being in such a like fragile space where like if someone would have went like, boo, I would have cried. You know, like I was very just like fragile. I didn't really have anyone speaking life to me at the time. I mean, Jamie was always like that. I think, so our godmother to Kalani's godmother, we both had the same relationship with her at a point in time. But I think around this time, things start to like maneuver. She's a big part of our co-parenting, which we'll probably get into the next episode, like finding our way through co-parenting, like our village. But Indiana was just like such a turning point for me. And I remember like making that decision, like I'm going to be a single mom. Like, I'm just going to have to do this. Like, would it be nice to do it with someone? Yes, it would be nice to allow my daughter to have her father in the same house, but maybe that's just not what that looks like for us. So I remember reaching out to my mom and just telling her, like, I can't do it. And her being like, okay, well, I'll get you a plane ticket and you have to come back home. And I remember feeling defeated, but a weight lifted off my shoulder at the same time because things were just, I had no handle on things, like no grip, like everything around me was just like, and I was just at a standstill. So I know we got into like this last huge fight and then I was like, okay, we left. And then that was the beginning of our co-parenting journey.
Yeah, for sure.
For me leaving Indiana and not telling.
I think if I could describe those last few months, it still stems back to like one thing for me. I really had no clue how sick your mother was. And I think I keep saying that because...
At the time, though, she wasn't that sick.
But I think I just had no purview of any of that. Because it's like as soon as you went home, to me, that's how much I feel like is missing for me in the thought process.
No,
right?
She wasn't. So,
but I didn't even know that y'all were having disputes. So
so it wasn't about her sickness. It was about us just.
I didn't know how she was treating you, how she was making you feel. I didn't know that you was going to church and they was making you feel a certain, like, because we weren't talking. And I think to preface all that, like before Ebony was a partner, that was my friend, right? So we had gotten to a point where we weren't talking. About any of that. And at a certain point, we've spent so much time together trying to survive Wheelock that it wasn't just about her being my partner, like, you know, emotionally or, you know, like a boyfriend, girlfriend, but like, all right, this is the person that might really know me at this point and really understand me. And we hadn't talked about all of those things that really added pressure.
Like why I came to Indiana.
Yeah.
So it's like I was being treated like shit at home already.
I was being boozled by the fact that you wanted to come early because even if we not on the best terms, I'm telling you I need until whenever to get us right. Let me get the money situated. I'm 20-something years old. You don't give me the time. Now we stuck in the same rut with the same pot of money. I'm resenting everybody. So the resentment wasn't just you. You just and you know, hurt people hurt people. You was just the closest person to me at the time. And that shit was bleeding everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and I was trying to hemorrhage it. The only thing that could hemorrhage it was the kid. You know? Everybody else was kind of fair game, you know? So I think for me, and even think about it now, I think I just had a level of ambiguity around like, yo, what's going on with her and her mother? Yo, me and Moss are so close now. She treated me like shit. I couldn't stand that. I couldn't stand that right about the time you was about to have the baby. Your mother ain't want to stand in the crib. It's just mad stuff that she was never doing, she started doing. And I thought that it was just with me. And now that I think about it in full context, she was doing the same shit to you and worse, you know? And we trying to figure shit out. 2021, you still fake a kid.
Yeah.
You an adult, you doing adult things, but your mindset, your thought process is very kid-like. So I can even think about the anger, working with students now, being able to channel that rage. Like, yo, whatever monster you feel when you mad, like, you know, you got to know a monster better than that or a monster that can control it. Like, and boys learn that. Like, that's a learned behavior, patriarchal learned behavior. You angry, you act a certain way. And if it's no people around you, don't always have to be a man around you to tell you, but if it's no humans around to check that, it's like a dog. A dog do things around, a puppy do certain things around an adult dog. There's a level of correction, right? A level of correction that sometimes we as humans, we monitor, but we can't necessarily check because that's not our space, right? There's a level of correction that I needed, right? There's a level of correction that didn't exist, and that shit just all came out as anger. It came out as resentment. And I'm sure that everybody who could watch this, people in the room now, you've been to a point where you resent somebody for the way that you've always had to show up for them. And the same things that I resented then, I think I still show up in some of those ways now. I'm just not angry about that shit. Like, you know, try to be a thought partner, try to be an ear to listen, you know, try to keep putting Kalani first because we did all, it's no reason for us not to put Kalani first. We did all the bickering already, right? So the best resolve is kind of like to figure out how do we make sure she has the best life possible? How do we make sure that she gets the words of wisdom that we missed at 10, at 13, at 17, at 21? Like, how do we pour those things into her? And I think it's funny because how we dealt with each other informs heavily how we parent.
Yeah.
Informs heavily how we parent. Like, she really not getting over on us because we done said all the nasty, not nicest shit that we could say to each other. So it's like, all right, if it's just about you, whatever you think you saying to her, she gonna tell me anyway because it's no qualms in between, you know? So I think that we had to go through all of these things and feel all of these things. And I think it's unfortunate that we had to grow up together without a certain level of guidance. And us growing up together without a certain level of guidance created all the kind of bloodbaths that we had with each other. But I think it lends to why we have such more of a sibling-like relationship than anything else. Like, I could say this confidently, kind of speeding up. There's certain things that she does or ways that she may show up in a space that's not with me that she'll ask me sometimes, like, yo, I was bugging. Like, yeah, you might have been tripping a little bit. Like, you feel me though? Like, you might have been tripping a little bit, but it's an ode to a level of, we've been around each other 10 plus years. It's 10, she's 10, but we was in school together, what, 4 years? So it gotta be what, 13, 14 years, 32 years old, right? So it's like, there's a level of understanding you and your humanity that I have to take out of her being Kalani's mom, or take out of all the nasty shit we might have said to each other. But like, we got to get Kalani to a space where she has to win. I see parent situations in my day job that don't work all the time. And it's always about the parents and the adults and never about the kid. I work with kids all day. I could deal with the kids. Can't stand the adults, right? The adults are the ones who really need the unpacking. The kids have time to figure it out. So I don't know where that segue came from, but it was just a lot of this that we discussing is from a place of not knowing that relationship with your mom, not knowing what was going on. And when I found that, I felt like it was too late. So my frustration is, now I'm mad because you ain't standing on business how I told you to stand on business, one, right? Because it's a level of, you with me, this is how we moving. How we moving on campus is how you should move everywhere else that you go. So it's like, now you went down there, you letting them play with you, and you know if I was down there, they wasn't gonna play with you like that. Like, there's a level of that, and it's like, I don't know all of that, so now you're not telling me, y'all both not telling me, fuck everybody, right? And, 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 it's about my kid. And those are feelings, right? Feelings change. But I think that there's a level of buildup that has led to the resolve that we definitely have today.
Stay tuned for part 3, where we discuss the journey through our co-parenting. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth, think it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily.
Welcome back to part 3. So right when I left Indiana, I went back to North Carolina. When I got back to North Carolina, I had the mindset of, I'm going to do this alone. I'm going to be a single mother. I was raised by a single mom, so that wasn't so detrimental to me. I didn't feel bad for my kid because that's what I had for myself. So I had this mindset of, I just got to do it alone and with my mom. So I would say for Kalani's first year, I remember I started dating right when Kalani turned 1. I started dating, and I was still, I was working at the time. We were like communicating, but I think it was more of like the things she needed. Like I'd be like, hey, send me this much for this, send me this. We would send pictures to each other. I would send you pictures and videos, and we would FaceTime. There was nothing romantic. There was nothing, like it was just that, which is really funny with me dating, because no one could believe that I had a baby this young and like, oh, I know your baby daddy's still in the picture. And I'm like, no, he isn't. No, like for her, but for me, when it came to like I think everything was left in Indiana for the both of us. Like when we left everything there. Cause like I said, things had gotten so bad. So that kind of, I think me dating with Kalani being so young, that shaped our co-parenting relationship at a very early point of us being parents, because I think it added another element that I didn't even realize. Okay, like now I have this daughter who's impressionable, who at any point, if a guy is going to be around her, she will see them as her father. And at the time I was dating someone who wanted to be a father, who really, I guess they really wanted to be a dad, who was really looking at this opportunity, who kind of fell for Kalani very fast. She was a cute baby. So I don't think that was hard. He worked at my mother's job. So my mom went to another college. She worked at another college in North Carolina. When she left us, she worked at another college. So he worked at the college with her. So I would bring Kalani on campus a lot to visit my mom. If it was like Thanksgiving, I would like dress her up in Thanksgiving outfits and Christmas outfits. So everyone on campus knew Kalani. So that's kind of how I like slid my way into that relationship. So it felt really natural for me. I didn't really have any concerns of, the co-parenting and relationship, but I think it kind of collided when we were trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to see my kid? Am I coming to North Carolina? Which
is what I usually do. That was like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It don't matter if we talking or not.
Yeah. We always, because we were family, going back to that family, no matter how ugly things had gotten, no matter what we said to each other yesterday, it's like, okay, so am I coming there? Like, how are we doing this? And I remember like I was in my bedroom and Kalani was on FaceTime with you, I think, in her room across from me. And she was young, I think like two. And she would take the iPad and go talk to you. And I didn't know that she was talking to you. You remember that? Mm-hmm. I didn't know that she was on the iPad with him. And I was talking to the person who I was with at the time. And we were kind of going back and forth because I think I had already told you that you can come and stay at the house if you were coming to see Kalani. And he had an issue with that. He was like, that's not normal. Like, people don't do that. And I'm like, what do you mean people don't do that? Like, that's what we do. Like, he's coming to stay here. And I didn't see anything wrong with it. And I think at that point, that's where things went from ugly to ugly-esque. Like, that's the ugliest things I got with us, because I remember telling you, like, okay, so you can't actually stay here because my boyfriend doesn't want you to be here. Yeah. And you can kind of talk about what that felt like.
I just preface it with, like, if we're following the story right, think about how I've positioned myself or how others have positioned me to show up in her life. So imagine how I feel or what I think I represent. No matter how much we hate each other at the time, like, there's a level of, I don't think she would ever play with me like that, or she would know better.
And I not to cut you off, I don't think you understood the level of hate I had for you at this moment.
No, I think I did. I think I did in retrospect. And I think it's warranted, one, two, because there was a level of hate that we might have shared, right? But I think just hearing that at the time, it went to ugliest because I felt like, despite how nasty it got, and shit, let's call it like it is. I didn't expect her to be a baby mama. I didn't expect her to do the shit I saw on TV. I felt like she wasn't coming from the depths of the quote-unquote hoods that I'm coming from in a similar situation. Like, you went to high school in Stoughton, that's a suburb of Boston. Yeah. I'm from the Bronx. So a lot of that shit and rhetoric fed into that. So when I started to get, and I think let's lead into that too, like, the men on the maternal side of my family have an interesting history with women. So there's a level of things that I might have seen growing up, not to say too much, right, about males and their relationships with women and how it shows up. Particularly how the women show up in that space. The level of chaos they may bring more than peace, right? I felt like I started to identify with that. And a lot of that rhetoric was like, what's going on with the men in my family and the women they choose? And I think a lot of that language led into, it's no way that the person I'm around or been involved with is gonna play with me like that, because I show up as this guy who understands the Quran and the principles of the Nation of Islam and what it is to be a black man, and ran the Black Student Union. So for me, it was like, why would you think that, like, I wouldn't want to be this stand-up person? And why wouldn't you think I wouldn't have a man-to-man, visceral, gangster, angry reaction around this nigga being around, this guy being around my kid? You know what I'm saying? And I think that I tried to leave, there was no room in my mind then for you to think that Kalani was going to be that young and have somebody that I couldn't check and verify around. But a lot of that wasn't just coming as her dad. And I think that in this space, and I think you might know this, but I've shared this with you before, there was still always a general level of concern for you, because I felt like because of the level of responsibility your mother left me with around dealing with you, that there was a certain level of rapport, understanding, or way to move that you should know and understand vicariously from being around me. And I think that the presence of who that person you're discussing showed up and how it happened, that your mom had something to do with it too, made the shit so ugly to me, because it's like,
it kind of gave off the same thing, like the same way that I met him is how I met you. Yeah.
So it was like, and then, you know, not to fast forward it, but, and I'm totally evolved in a space where, you know, there's other parents and blended families, but the idea that my kid so young was like, yo, mommy told me I had two daddies. To me, that was a symbol of her hate for me. And it's like, how fucking could you, right? Like, the audacity of me, how I show up as a black man, you got the fucking nerve to play with me like that, with my kid. Like, not anybody else's kid, my fucking kid. You know me. You understand what I'm saying? You know me, like, to a T. You know me to a T. Like, don't fucking play with me. And that was a lot of my rhetoric and language around it. And it was like, it was even more like, one day I went down there, nigga brought them to the airport. And I think by then, there was already a level of whatever might have happened to her, whatever dumb shit he did to her that impacted my child, that she was able to see, right? We don't have to speak about it viscerally, right? But like...
Oh, we already did.
Oh, okay. See,
first episode.
Okay, yeah, so there's a level of, I didn't know that. I had an idea.
That hadn't happened yet, though.
Oh, well, it hadn't. Maybe he came to pick up and do something once or twice. I know after it happened, I seen him once. No, not at all.
You always talked about if you saw him, but you never saw him.
Oh, yeah, because there was a level of I'd knock that nigga out respectfully. Like, it was a level of that. Like, I don't know, I'm not supposed to curse on the podcast?
No, you can't.
Oh, because it was really a level of that. Like, why you playing with me? Like,
it's real and relatable.
Yeah, but I've showed up. But for real, though, it was a level of, I've showed up this way. No matter how nasty this shit is, guy, I never really lacked integrity. There was a level of like, I'm gonna stand on business. I could have been rude. I could have been disrespectful, but I wasn't gonna let nobody play with you or play about you. You understand what I'm saying?
For sure.
So it was like, and not to speak too in depth, but I felt like there wasn't no men around you like that.
Yeah.
So it was like, for you to even play in that wheelhouse, for a man to come around you and kind of be like that, and I'm young as shit, and I'm standing on that.
He was older than you.
And you let a little funny, like, yeah,
okay.
like it's just gonna go there.
Let's get back.
But that's where it was though, because it was. But no, it's real and relatable.
Yeah, no,
because
I feel
it was a level of like, all right, we could beef Ebony, but there's certain lines that we can't cross. And I think in that space, it went ugly because it was like, all right, fuck you and however you moving. And I think that there was a level of, I resent you, but I'ma still hold it down. I think after those moments, there was a level of, all right, it's really just about my kids. I'm not gonna let you die on my watch.
But if you do.
Nah, it wasn't even if you do. I'm not gonna let you die on my watch. But if you're on fire, it's gonna take a while for me to spit on you. Eventually, I'm gonna put the fire out. Respectfully, I'm gonna put the fire out. But
and it's funny that I'm laughing now because how you're saying how you felt now, I had already felt that from before.
Yeah.
So I think for me, it's like I used to get so mad in those moments as being someone that I had to figure out ways of co-parenting with you because like the relationship was so hard to maintain because I feel like you thought at the time you could do whatever you wanted, say whatever you wanted, treat me however you wanted, but I had to remain this level of respect for you. And I think that this was my first time where I did not put you first, right? Like I didn't think about how this was going to affect you. I didn't care, like I had this, I think I always like stayed in line and like, you know what I mean? Like I felt like I always like held it down. Like I let you get off. I let you like crash out on me. And I would say, but I never changed my heart posture when it came to you. And I think this was the first time where you actually could feel my heart like click off.
Yeah, and I was away from you.
Yeah.
So it's like thinking about the context of the relationship as a whole, like the largest kind of looming elephant in the room is like we never really left each other. Like we did in the summertime, but in that 4 to 5 years
back
span,
around each other.
It was just always this, and that shit's not good for anybody.
Toxic. Yeah.
So by the
toxic.
time it's so much so that older folks expected us to be together. And I think we both can agree that when we talking about people teaching us to pivot, there was nobody around us, even Jamie. Like she might have hinted at it, right? But it was nobody like, yo, you need to disappear for 3 months and you need to disappear for 3 months and y'all need to find something to do and come back together and kind of figure it out. It was like once we got okay with figuring it out, because we were generally both the good kids in our family compared to everybody else, or the ones that would get in trouble, not get caught, but still have a history. Like, so we flew under the radar for a lot of stuff. And in this, because we was in college, because we was this, that, and the third, we got a certain rapport from adults that could have damaged how we dealt with each other, and so the rest of the world, right? And I can say that now at 32 years old, like, you got to give the young people responsibility, but you got to walk and talk them through it too.
So I think we're talking about now, Kalani is too, I say like what we're talking about now, that kind of was like the overall feel of like how we were in the co-parenting journey. Like very disrespectful, very like I feel like I can treat you like this because you're treating me like this. I remember like all of our conversations were like like, well, you said this to me yesterday, so I'm gonna say this to you again today. Like, and right when we would like try to get someone to understand, it was like, but you want me to understand you, but you ain't trying to understand me. Like, it was very much that. And my mom, I think, was in my corner a lot, and I think your mom was in your corner. So we weren't.
And I don't know how often they talk to each other.
Yeah.
You know how sometimes there's a level of, the kids is bugging. Let's let the older adults talk. It wasn't a level of that.
No, I don't think. Yeah, they were 100% behind their kid. So then, kind of like what we were talking about on the first couple episodes of the podcast. 2018, I ended up losing my mom, and that was a pivotal point of co-parenting for me, because this whole time I was doing it with my mom, with you there. You know, you would come and get Kalani, sometimes get like a round trip. Sheesh.
Yeah.
Round trip.
Yeah.
So you would come to North Carolina, get Kalani,
pick her up at the
airport, and then fly back. And you would probably keep her for like a week to 2 weeks at a time. I would say maybe this happened like 3 times a year. Yeah, 3 times a year, and then FaceTime, all these different things. So in my head, I was a single parent. In my head. Fast forward, I lose my mom in 2018. The person who was doing it with me, right? And I remember getting to a point where I was scared, right? Because I had all these things going on in my life, and the people around me were painting my picture as if I were to call you for help, that this would be the moment where it's like, aha, I was right? Like, your family would be like, I knew she wasn't competent to be a mom. I knew that she wasn't going to be able to handle it, and I didn't want to prove people right. But also, as a mom, I was willing to make that sacrifice because I knew I wasn't okay with everything going on around me, and I knew that Kalani would be good if I could get her to y'all. So I remember like sitting down and making this decision, and kind of weighing out my options, like, should I call him? Should I tell him what's going on, you know, with this person that he already didn't like, and with me losing my mom, and with me having to go to this mental hospital now. And maybe your recollection is like a little better. I think that you got her after I got out of the hospital. I think she was with my godmother and her daughter at the time. And you might even got her from them at the time. My brain gets foggy around that area.
I want to say this, and make sure I get to that point. I feel like when all this is going on, I'm not clueless, but I feel clueless.
Oh yeah, you were definitely clueless.
Clueless to the point where I was at work one day and she just called me to tell me her mom died. And I don't know. Her mom had told me she was sick. I don't know if you ever told me. Your mom told me.
Yeah.
And she said, son, I'm sick. And it's like, to me, in my mind, I was the closest thing to her mother. Like, it was her, but in my mind...
She said 2 kids. Like, she had 2
kids.
Yeah,
it was like, in my mind, like, her mom's was close to her, but her mom's was telling me things that she wasn't telling her. You understand? There was a level of who her mother widowed. I was on that with everybody around her mother. Like, as the boy being around, as a son. So it was like, you couldn't even get next to Miss Sherry for real. So, like, I think a large part of this, as we talking about it, is like, I just didn't know. I had an idea, but I had already resented you. I just didn't know, all right? And to put that in context, like, that moment for me is always kind of pivotal when thinking about when Kalani came. I know Kalani, no, maybe you and your cousin brought her to Anthony's wedding. My cousin got married. He got married in Virginia. That's how Kalani got to me. Yeah, my cousin Anthony but I know after that, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna say things went south for her, but I really started to know what the hell was going on. I think preface all that shit with this, because this is my friend, right? There was a level of, I knew her family was on funny shit, excuse my French for the camera, but we real and relatable. There was a level of understanding where I felt like her family was doing family type things, right? It wasn't necessarily always encouraging her. And I think for a while her mother had set up that the person that was standing on business about that shit, if it wasn't her, it was me. So there was a certain level of shit her family wasn't gonna do if I was around. Or they knew that I had something to say, whether or not we was together. And I think that even now talking about it, I struggle with the fact that I didn't know.
Yeah.
Or I found out too late. Because it wasn't about what the fuck we had to bicker about. It was about shit I always say, like, you're gonna stand on business whether we beefing or not. As a human, I'm not letting nobody play with you or about you. And it was like, the people that was closest to you played, and your mother used to say this shit, and I used to tell her I wasn't gonna let it happen. So back to that level of responsibility, you dig me? I used to tell her that I wasn't gonna let that shit happen. And even though we beefing, part of my resentment too probably was, yo, you ain't tell me, so I couldn't do what I had to do. Like, and it was like,
no, but I think that like when we're talking about this transition and like there was this level of trust there, because even though everyone was trying to like paint you to be this way, at the end of the day, I was like, no, this is Kalani's dad.
Yeah.
And I did know you to be like my friend or my like how we always say the sibling. So it's like, this is the person that I want Kalani to be with at this time. While I figure out this transition and while I tried to get out of North Carolina, because that was the goal. And even though I didn't tell you at the time how nervous I was about giving her to you, I think that you could just feel where I was in life. And I think that we just had this like unsaid like conversation. It wasn't, we've never been to court with each other. We've never even had to do that. I think it was like a, hey, hold me down real quick. Like I got a lot going on, hold me down. And I think that kind of started that trust that I was able to like put in you, even though a lot of people around me were like, this is going to be the time where they take Kalani. This is going to be like, they're going to use this as leverage.
Crazy.
I think that was where our co-parenting relationship started to pivot in the more positive way, because I think you did start working with me where like wherever I was living, we would meet, or there was a lot of times that out of the week, I was staying at your house 3 to 4 times out of that week because I wanted to see Kalani. No matter where I lived, I had to come see Kalani. So I lived with you a lot of these times. Even before I lived with you, I lived with you because no matter where I was, okay, I'm coming to New York for this weekend, which can fast forward us being back under the same roof with Kalani, with me, with you, your father, and your mother now.
Which is a level of like...
Which is crazy, under that same roof. And always going back to like, no matter what happened between us, there was this like level of family and this like unconditional love, right? Like no matter what it looks like, no matter what I just said to you, no matter what you said to me, we have this unconditional love because we have this little person who is... a product of this, all of this, right? And I think that I would say for me, 2020, I think started to become like the pivotal point for us and the positive and just like, okay, this has happened. This is how you feel. This is how I feel. I've said this. You said this. But at the end of the day, and I used to say this to you all the time, you don't have to like me. You used to get so mad when I said this. You don't have to like me, but we're family. You got to deal with me for the rest of your life. I remember I would say that to you in arguments all the time. And I think one day that just clicked for both of us. Like, yeah, we family. Like, no matter how we got here, we're stuck.
I think, yes. And about the space about me not knowing, I think that there was a level of like just wanting to protect you, like even though we was beefing to what you saying. And there was a level of being in New York and us always figuring it out that has a lot to do with how we got through Wheelock, how we dealt with your mom. And then there's another level of like, that point was right there. There's a level of people feeling like I was gonna take Kalani from you. That was problematic for me. So problematic and insidious that I think we started to believe that. So threatening court for sport,
Yeah.
You think we got to go to court? And there was always this rhetoric, but I understood this because at this point, it wasn't about us beefing. I was understanding her as a full human. And I think by 2020, things really did start to sort out. But I think there were times where I used to try to speak to you and the hate kind of amassed more than what we were trying to get accomplished. And that
I
was
think for both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm trying to say is I feel like there were spaces where my hate or you felt like I was being hateful and it was misconceived because that energy was there.
Yeah.
And I think that had a lot to do, this is why I'm following that, with people being in your ear telling you that I was going to take Kalani. And I'm saying this because a lot of the times when we would beef or things wouldn't necessarily be congruent together, you're like, oh, you want to take her anyway. You want to spend the time to do that. And I'm thinking about times where I've done that to you too, and where you just so hurt that everything is interpreted as an attack, right? And I think we started to change when, one, we started to check those attacks right away because they happen. So you get on the phone and you yelling, or she get to flicking her eyes a certain way or stuttering, and it's just like, hold on, pause. But even this now, when I started getting loud, she kind of checked it. That's a natural. She knew he might be getting a little heated about that, but it's just heated about why would you even ever play with me like that? I'm still fake. Why would you even play with me like that? And it's being able to even in those moments, check in, have those times where we could really kind of be human, connecting at a human level, not for every title that we have, but as a whole human. I've seen you through these stages in your life, and now we kind of parenting, still growing up together, but growing up as parents and just trying to check all that. And I think what saved us co-parenting is we can't talk to nobody else. We had to communicate with each other, right? Kalani's godparent was amazing, an amazing mediator, but shit got a lot more peaceful when we kicked her out the situation too. It's times where we'll go to her for certain things, but it's just when it comes to us three, we got to figure it out. Because if we got to play the game of telephone to get there, it's always going to be some messages misconstrued. So, if I had to say anything or give anybody advice, it's just it's not easy. It takes time. You're not going to get there in a day. But it's and this is probably my advice for everything, preface the humanity in a person first and look at the full picture. And when you're 20-something, 17, 18, 19, you don't have the mindset to really process all that at a time. But even as we got to sit here talking about it, it was so much misguided energy, so much misguided anger. A lot of it was so wrapped up in everything else but what the situation was. And it was I knew that your family supported Kalani coming. And my problem with the rhetoric with them saying that I was going to take her was I feel like if I was there, the language was going to be oh, you need to I don't know. I feel like people always play two faces with it. They say one thing to me and say one thing to her. And this conversation around they're going to take him from her. But if I was there or in another space, they would have told her this is the best person for Kalani to be around and he's going to be this and show up this way for Kalani. But in the process of them telling them that I was going to take you, it was a jab at you. And I think I've always struggled with that in the co-parenting situation. And I think I internalized those jabs at you because I feel like you may not be defending yourself. And that's where a lot of the resentment and the anger came from, because it's despite what we mean or are to each other as a human. And I say this, I say this about anything. Don't let anybody play with you. But I think that is also schools I went to, understandings that I came up under, and how I was raised with certain things. So that's definitely, I do the therapy stuff now, but being able to sit in front of the camera and really talk about it is I think underpacking all of it, we have this kid together, and now we're working together as kids to kind of, as neo kids in our head, to kind of raise this kid, but we still trying to protect each other in the space and raise a kid that's a good, healthy part of society, right? And teaching her how to block out the noise that could have kind of trivialized us if we would have kept listening.
So yeah, like even like today, I think that we definitely have taken the things that we've learned and like all these different paths, like how you're saying, like from Wheelock to Indiana to us being in New York. I think that we talked so much about like the ugly parts, but for us to be able to sit on this couch today, there had to be some level of like respect, right? Some level of love, some level of something that kind of got us to this point today. And I think that that's what kind of got us to this place of co-parenting and just us being able to put our differences aside and just even like the different ways that we've grown up. I think you talked about it, like you do come from a 2-parent household. I do come from a single parent, but kind of just putting all that together to being this like foundation for Kalani. And our village is strong. Like we have such a great village. And I think that we had to take what we learned so we've been on this journey together, like we said, for 14 years, right? And then you have people who you add onto the journey this whole time. And it's kind of like expediting the journey for everyone to kind of get them to understand where we're at without giving them too much of my side, without giving them too much of your side. But we definitely want to give them the full picture of things because like I always tell Ivan, I do want people to understand how far we've come. I think that's really important for me. Like I never wanted to be the type of family that just, which is why we're doing this episode. I didn't want people to look at us and be like, oh my gosh. A lot of people do that. Like you and Ivan just have it figured out. I love the way you guys co-parent. Like you guys are so great. And I'm like, no, like we're going to take a moment to look at the growth of this situation because the growth is the beauty of it. Because you're taking kids who had a kid and who are now adults, you know? So I never want to just not shed light to the growth. And I'm proud of you. I think like
proud of you too, man. Every
time like Father's Day comes around or birthdays come around, you know how you send those texts? I think that we always try to highlight that growth. And like, I'm just so proud. Like I remember times where me and you couldn't get on the phone together. We had to have somebody else on the other end kind of mediating because I would tell you, don't wake up tomorrow. Or you would be like, you know, it was that bad to now sitting here having conversations and just being able to coexist, you know, in a peaceful manner. So I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting because the foundation that we've created now, this new foundation as adults, as parents, is 10 years in, right? It definitely can be off-putting for people who walk into co-parenting situations and they're used to something else, right? So for partners that we may choose, right, partners that we have, like she was saying, it's kind of like a sped-up process for folks. I think when you think of, I'm a New York guy, right? When you think of the trains, MTA, when you think of everybody comes to the train or rides the subway with a different standpoint, a different journey, a different mindset. If you're taking a 2 train from Wakefield, right, you're going from 241st. So it's a different journey for somebody getting on from 241st going to Brooklyn College and somebody getting on at 3rd Avenue on 49th Street or 72nd Street and going to Brooklyn College, right? And I think that people meet us and their perspectives of our journeys are different based on the stops that they get on at, right?
Yeah.
And you could push it even further to say that people's perspective of the journey are different based on the zip code they get on the train from, right? And I think that it's a beautiful analogy. I appreciate that. So I think that is in a way, are we the train or are we the conductors of the train?
I think that we're the conductors because I think a lot of times too, through this journey, I find myself defending you, you know, like if somebody is just hearing you, like we say, like if someone's coming new to my life and they would hear us talk and maybe someone has gotten in trouble, Kalani has gotten in trouble, and your voice and your energy, I kind of almost like, no, you know, that's so it's so funny how I think like we are the conductors because it's like, no, actually. Like, I think we just have learned to preserve this space, and we have so much respect for each other that at one point in time, I may have given into that and be like, well, maybe. But now I'm like, no, that's my dog. Like, we good. Like, you know. So I do think we're the conductors because we're controlling it because it's our train, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's like, we put the work into it. Like, we put the work into it. So I think that it's very important. And kind of like you were saying, I think that we do have this, like the other day I was talking to Kalani. I don't even think I told you this. It was Christmas morning and she had opened up all her gifts. And for some reason we got on the subject of you. And she was like, something, you and my dad. And I was like, do you know that me and your dad like used to be together before? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, how do you know that? And she was like, I can tell by the way you guys like laugh and joke or whatever, like this like thing that you guys, yeah, she's like this thing that you guys have with each other. And I think that too just shed light to the growth because at a certain point in her life, she didn't see that. So I think that us too just being like open with her, and I think like as corny as it may seem to people, that's why I like for her to see us do our handshake together. Like I want her to see, even like with your partner, I wanted her to see me and her like have this relationship because that's important because kids pay attention to how the people around them treat each other. Yeah. And that was big for me, even when Ivan or when I date. Like, I feel like I always come to him first because I'm like, I want it to look like this. And not that I'm trying to control things, but for me, I always say raising a little girl and being a woman now, I know that there's certain things that you need to see as a little girl that teaches you. Like, it's those unsaid moments. It's those little things that you might not have to say anything, but they're always looking. And I want her to see this example of the people around her. Mm-hmm. I want her to feel secure. I want her to feel like her village has love, that there's the adults can be adults, you know, in the background. If I disagree with you, I don't need her to feel that animosity or like that, you know? So, yeah.
Which is, and speaking to the kid, like, she's the best and the worst of both of us, right? And I think that when she talks about her feeling it or feeling the confusion, she would. She would. And she's shown that very
she has.
Early. She's shown that very early on in life. And I think that now she'll speak about it or she'll ask. She'll have her ways of kind of communicating that she know what's up. And I think seeing her as an aware child or even sometimes an emotionally aware child who she'll shut down, right? She'll have her moments where she don't want to do nothing. She's the best and worst of her mother and father. And I think, and every other influence around her, right? So grandma, school, friends. And I think that in my style with her, like, and I tell her to her mom a lot, like I find myself explaining so much or just trying to give her rationale. Like even when I raise my voice, like, do you know why daddy raising his voice? You have an idea why I'm yelling at you? And if you can't really tell me, then we could discuss it. Or if you know, then we could discuss it.
Or like my favorite moments is when something happens here at school or something, I always try to FaceTime you.
Yeah.
And those are like my favorite moments. And I hope that they will be her favorite moments too growing up. Because if she's asking me for advice, I'll like get on FaceTime with him so quick. And like, whether we're in the car, I'll put you up and we'll have like still being able to like give her those 2-parent household moments.
Yeah.
Even if we aren't under the same roof. And I think that that's what kind of changed my mindset when it came to co-parenting. And that's what makes me be able to kind of stay consistent with my energy and vibe towards you, because it's not necessarily how you make me feel. Like I'm not worried about that. It's more so what we can provide for her, and kind of, I don't think that our child anything should be taken away from her.
Yeah.
And that's what I think I always parent from, that mindset of like, we're not under the same roof. We're not even in the same state, but nobody would know that because she sees you every weekend. So I love the way how our co-parenting journey looks today. And I can't wait to see how it looks in 3 years and 5 years. I do see us only going up from here. So I'm excited, and
Yeah,
I thank
for
you
sure.
for being here today.
Word, thank you.
And this was amazing. This was great. I'm pretty sure this won't be
The
the
last
only
one.
time that, the viewers see you.
Maybe we add Kalani to the next one.
Yeah, that would be cool. Or you do a Q&A with her.
Yeah.
That would be dope. But again, thank you for being here.
Thank you for giving us the space.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too.
Jamie Busco, that's the OG.
Hey.
Jamie Busco, that's the OG.
Yeah.
Jamie Busco, that's the OG.
Yeah.
For sure.
For sure. Yep.
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it.
Welcome back to the Real Joy podcast. I'm your host, The Real Joy, and today I have with me Jamie Busico, Busi on Live, doula, mother, wife, the phenomenon, all the things, Kalani's godmother. Okay,
Yep.
okay. But yes, we have her here, and I can't wait for y'all to get into why we're here. Our story, our journey to this point now. So I know I went to Wheelock because my mom worked there. So I would never have known about that school at all. It was like a predominantly white school. So actually, I never thought about how did you get to Wheelock College?
Ooh, such a journey. So I'll tell you how I ended up in Boston. So I was in grad school at Southern here in New Haven, Southern Connecticut State University, and I just graduated with my MBA, Master's in Business Administration. And I started working as a government contractor for the U.S. Navy up in Groton.
Never
Right?
knew that.
Yeah, right. I had a whole security clearance. I was top dog.
Not know that.
Top dog in the
Okay,
street.
OG.
Yeah. Little fees.
Okay.
I was an OG before I knew I was an OG, right? Yeah, so I was a government contractor, and then I was also in a horrible situation, a relationship with Madison's father, my oldest child. And so I was still trying to figure out life, figure out my career, figure out my personal life, but I knew I had to get away from him, right?
Okay.
And so I was just my college best friend, my undergrad, I went to Bay Path University in Long Meadow, Massachusetts, which is where I met my college best friend, Jen,
Okay.
right? And so Jen was born and raised in Boston. She moved back to Boston. She was working at Mount Ida College in Newton, Massachusetts.
Okay.
So she was just oh, there's this opening on campus for a resident director. And I was just yeah, because I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I gotta go. I actually don't care what I'm doing, but I gotta go. And so I applied, interview, I got that position.
Wow.
Right? So it's at that point, I literally packed everything I could in my little red Pontiac, okay, and drove to Boston, got settled, situated. I actually stayed on Jen's couch until my apartment on campus was ready, right? And so until my apartment was ready, Madison stayed here. She was 1, right? Now Madison's almost 20. She was 1, and she stayed with my parents for that summer.
Okay.
Until I got situated.
Get stuff together.
Yeah,
Okay.
Right.
Wow.
Story sound a little familiar?
I'm
Connection?
goosebumps.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Right,
Okay. I'm listening.
exactly, right. And so once I got situated, my apartment was ready. I was like, all right, I'm good to go. Madison moved with me. I was at Mount Ida College as a resident director, judicial affairs. I did a whole bunch of stuff for 4 years maybe. And then I started getting interested in diversity affairs, diversity, inclusion, and equity, multicultural affairs, all that good stuff. And that's when I saw there was a position open at Wheelock College.
Okay.
right in Boston, Fenway. And so I applied, interviewed. I definitely met Ivan during my interview. I think he was one of the students that interviewed me. Yes. You know how they have like some students, then they have the staff, then they have faculty. I believe Ivan was one of the students that interviewed me for that position. So that's how I originally met Ivan.
Okay.
Right. And so I started working at Wheelock in 2011. And my starting position at Wheelock was like program director for diversity and campus programming or something like that. So that's what I started off as. And then over time, I advocated for a different role, different position, promotion, all that good stuff.
She was doing a lot, I'm
Yeah.
sure, under that title.
Yeah, with the help of y'all, which
Yeah.
we'll get there. And so I became the director of multicultural affairs
Wow.
at Wheelock. So that's how I ended up in Boston. But I'm originally born and raised here in Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut.
So I remember, I didn't know the history of, first of all, that's crazy to connect the dots to that. Wow.
Right?
Yeah, we got to talk about that.
Yeah, we are.
But so I remember Ivan being excited about you coming, and I was just like, okay, cool. Like, who is this? So we come out to the Riverway, and you're like getting out of the
It
car.
was my first day.
Yes, your first day, you're like getting out of the car.
Yes.
And I remember just like, hey, I think we had just gone to a car accident or something like that. So you were like, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you
yes.
had
I
this-
had just got into a car accident maybe like a week before my start there, a
Yeah.
few days maybe.
A few
and I had a
days.
cast on.
Yes. So I remember like already like,
Yeah.
oh, like, hey.
You know, I actually remember what I had on that day. I had on like this blue floral dress, and Manny was helping me with my bags.
Yes, Manny,
Yep.
I remember because I met Manny then too.
Yes.
And I remember we just walked you in. We were like introducing you to like everybody. We went to your office.
Yes.
And I'm trying to think like what made me keep coming to your office, like what made me gravitate towards you. But I'm thinking that now that was the transition period when my mom was leaving Wheelock, and then like you were just like this nurturing, understanding, like you were just very like cool.
Right.
Like, you know how some people, when you meet them, you're trying to like figure out their temperament or like, I feel like you were always just like, what you see is what you
What you
got,
get.
which was like
Yeah.
really good for me. Cause you know how, like, if it's a lot
Too
of,
much bouncy.
I can't do it. So like right away, I just like connected with you.
Right. Yeah, I think it was a combination of things, right? I think for one, it was my role, right, in multicultural affairs. And then you two were also heavily involved in Black Student Union and Alana, right, which was a multicultural group.
Yeah.
And you guys just had a heavy presence on campus, right? So I think it was that. And, right, we're talking about Wheelock, right? Very white, predominantly white institution, right? Not only student-wise, faculty and staff. How many, right?
Yeah.
Aside from your mom and you guys, really, everybody, all the Black students look to your mom, right, as that familiar face, the person for them
Definitely
on campus.
think you took that role. Yeah, you took that role.
Right, and it was your mom's last year. I can't remember. She did the whole year or semester.
She did a semester.
It was one semester.
In my story, I keep saying she didn't even, so it couldn't have been that long. I think she was just there in time enough to meet you.
Yes, because I didn't have that much time with her on campus.
Yeah.
It was very short. And then she had ended up getting another role back home.
Yes, and she went back home.
So I think it was all of that, right?
Yeah.
Familiar face. And then we just like became locked in immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. It just became so much more than you guys' role on campus and just a familiar face. Like we truly were locked in. And I don't even think you guys understand what y'all did for me.
No.
I got to that campus.
No, because
Right?
I think I saw the value in you because I know that there were so many professors. Like, I don't know, how would you describe me in college? I wasn't like a bad, student, but like I was just like rebellious. Faculty and staff would come to you if they had like an issue or like something, like they will always try to find you to like talk to me or to try to like guide me.
Right. I think you were just like every other student, right, who was trying to not only find their voice, but how to use it, right, appropriately.
Yeah, okay.
So it wasn't too it just looked different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You were just gonna say what you felt. It was gonna be said.
Yeah. No.
Unapologetically.
For sure.
Right? The thing was gonna be said, but what you hadn't figured out yet was like how to say it, right? In different spaces and what that looks like. You know
How to
what I'm
move on
saying?
after it's said.
Exactly. How to move on after it's said.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's where eventually that speaks to also the role I played in your life, right? So that, because we had to figure each other out. It's just like, all right, Eb, so you got to do this, you got to do that. You're like, but Jay, like this person said A, B, and C. This is how I felt, and I ain't like it. So now what? You know what I'm saying?
And I think I let you in and I trusted you because you always validated how I felt.
Yeah.
You always, no matter if you didn't understand it, I think it was a thing of like, okay, Eb, I get that. And no, that person shouldn't have said that to you, but this is how we got to go about things. So
This
I
is how we
think
got to manage these people.
that's your thing always. This is how we got to manage these people.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to manage people
Yeah.
though.
Because it's a lot of work.
Yeah. I like, we just can't get rid of them.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
why we got to deal with them?
Right.
And
Why they
that
gotta be
plays into
here?
today, our dynamic. But
Exactly.
yes.
Exactly. But yeah, so I was there for your last 3 years.
Yes, my last
You and
3
I
years.
Yep.
And then I remember senior year, it's just so funny how you say how you got to Wheelock in your transition to Boston and everything you were going through, because I feel like that was also a connection with us because I think you saw firsthand the dynamic between me and Ivan.
For sure.
And how it was starting to shift in a not so positive manner. And I think that you know how someone could be like a silent presence there? So like you wouldn't say a lot, but you definitely had this like, this stance of like protection. Like you didn't have to say anything, but it was just felt.
Yeah.
And I remember just coming to you a lot. I remember you just like always finding your way like around me or like calling things out or just saying different things. Then I remember when I got pregnant, you were one of the first people that I told.
Right.
And I remember like telling you, and I think I said it in episode 1, like you could tell Jamie like the house is on fire. And she's like, okay, so where's the hose? Where's the this? And everybody's like running around screaming. And she's like, it's okay. Like, we're going to all get out.
Get there.
Everybody pack a bag.
Right.
We're going to be good. And you're looking at her like.
Get the things that you value most.
Yes. So I think when I came and I told you those things, you were just like, okay. Like, you didn't make me feel crazy. You didn't make me feel scared. Like, I remember picking a baby name, like baby names in your office.
Yeah,
I remember,
sure did.
but I do remember in that, right, you telling me like, Eb, this isn't going to be easy.
Right.
Like, have you thought about daycare? Have you thought about this? Like, you kind of was like trying to give me that glimpse of reality because Jamie says all the time, and this is like the power of having someone around you who like knows you. She can like see in me when like I'm physically somewhere, but like mentally, like I'm somewhere else.
Days, yeah.
I'm like in a daze. And I think that for you being able to notice that is just like so powerful, the way that you handle, me.
Right.
So
Right.
I think knowing that, we just started gaining that trust.
For sure.
And I made you Kalani's godmother.
Yes. Instantly.
Like
Before
as
you
soon
even graduated.
I was about to say, like, it was
Yeah.
just like a known thing. Like, okay, you're Kalani's godmother.
Right.
And I remember no matter where I was in life, like, there's so many things I go back and tell her today, like, and I'm like, oh, so and she's like, Eb, I was on the phone with you when that happened. Like,
I
you
remember that
called
story,
me.
yeah.
I remember that story. And I'm like, I called you? She's like, you called me
Absolutely.
for everything. Everything, like even like intimate stuff,
Yeah.
like
Man.
like the first time. So after, because me and Ivan were together, we were like each other's first and everything like that. So like the first time after that, when I like sexually engaged with somebody, I got in my car and I called Jamie. And I was like, I just had sex with a man. She was like,
He was a man.
I was like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like a man. And she's like, yeah. And like,
It's like, yeah.
but like, that just shows how like
Like,
I just came to you with whatever. And it's so funny now
Everything,
because like people will say to her, but I bet you don't know this. I bet you don't know this about her. I bet you didn't tell her that. And she's like, no, Eb tells me
for sure
everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, like, it's like just a place where you could just be raw.
Right.
Like, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I don't think you guys understood, especially you, the role you played in my life. Right?
Yeah.
So you have this, like, I was this certain person to you, but when I was at Wheelock, that was like probably some of the worst years of my whole entire professional life.
Yeah.
Like, it was horrible. And if I didn't have you, like you said, you became my work study student, but it was so much more than that. If I didn't have you, there's no way I would have survived working at that institution. There's just no way. And remember, like, I was still, in my late 20s? I'm still trying to figure out.
For sure. Now that I think back to that, that's like crazy too. Like,
I was in my late 20s.
And it was just a lot being thrown your way. I feel like, and just talk about like how you got to Boston too. So you're still navigating being a single mother in a place where it's not familiar to you, in this role where people are literally like playing in your face the definition of like they were like telling her like all these things and just try to like alienate you. I feel like, and just like,
absolutely,
it was just so much
gaslighting. That's what it was. We didn't have that term then.
But we did not have that term then.
But what?
When you go back and look at it, it's like, wow. And I remember, it's so crazy because I remember then having this protection. Like, I knew you as a professional and you couldn't say certain things and you couldn't step to people a certain way. But like,
I knew that you were untouched as a student, because at the end of the day, we work for y'all. We work for the students.
Yeah.
And so, for sure, at a certain point,
it was like all bets are off.
All bets are off.
Don't say nothing to her. Don't look. But it's so crazy because I remember a whole baby shower being planned for Jamie.
Yes.
They came to me and asked me what kind of cake she liked, everything. But then I'm walking by. No, matter of fact, they asked me to walk her to the place.
You were distracting me.
I was distracting, and I didn't even know that they were throwing her a baby shower.
Right.
And I was just like, oh, like, and I remember like low-key not being invited. Like, it was like this thing.
No,
I think
that was high key.
High key.
Yeah.
Like this. It was just like this weird energy.
How do you go to the person, right, that knows everything about me, the closest person to me, closest student to me on this campus, ask them to basically help you plan the thing, but not telling you what the thing is, and then telling you to distract me from the thing, and then telling you to walk me to the thing.
But
we get to the thing, and you're like,
oh,
surprise.
Hey.
Like, that was wild.
So, yes, I don't know.
They hated our relationship, though.
But that's been like a theme.
Oh, that's such a theme. Ooh.
And I really don't remember like this transition period. Like you said, how we are now was really how it was from the first day. Yeah. Like,
locked in instantly. Locked in. No switching up. No nothing.
Yeah. I like babysat for you. Like, I remember you being so comfortable. Like, even your nephew. Like, I was just like automatically like in your family, which is crazy too. Like, when you think about the story. And you just shared your family with me. So I really think that from day one, I just appreciated the bond. And then like, I think it formed this sort of dynamic for us, which is so hard. So y'all hear me say OG a lot. Like, I call her OG, which before we like started filming, I was like, what does that even mean? Right? You know, you like sit down and you ask yourself, where did that come from? What does that mean? I think so often we find ourselves trying to like explain the dynamic to people. And I think I said in one episode, I was like, one day it's like a mother. Yeah. One day it's like a sister. One day it's like a best friend. One day it's like strictly a business partner. Like, it's so many things, but it's just like this OG, like, I don't know, like, it's just OG.
Right.
Like,
one day you just started calling me that. I was like, ooh.
It fit.
I was like, I like that.
I think we were like playing around or joking around.
You was like, you the OG. You the OG. I was like, ooh, I like that.
So everything is like, oh, that's the OG.
That's the OG. Right.
And it just stuck.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
so what would you say about our dynamic? Like, how do you feel like from your perspective, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I think our dynamic, some days it's so much fun and it's like we can't be serious at all. Some days we come in and we're both in our moods and we just automatically know, here's my corner, here's your corner. We're going to stay in our corners until we feel better and we come around. But our vibe is just like so on point that we already know what it is and we don't even have to speak about it.
And it's so funny because not that I want people to know the inside, like the intimacy of the
Right.
relationship or friendship, but I often tell people like, no, we argue.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, we get into it.
Yeah.
It's just like, number one, we don't display it.
Yeah.
But also, it's just the way, kind of like what you said, like, we'll have our differences and we'll say what needs to be said. If it's like, we'll go our separate ways. And then if we see each other, we're like, hey.
Right.
And the other one's like, hey.
You need a ride home?
You done for today? You got clients tomorrow? Like, because it's so interesting. Like, we see each other every day.
Right.
Every day, from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. So I just think that that plays into the dynamic as well. And it's just so interesting. Like she said, one person will be like high, one person will be low.
Right.
And then you bring the other person, like, it's just such a equal balance. And
sure.
I love that.
Yeah, and I think too, we have been actually forced to think about our dynamic and figure it out because so many people ask about it and want to know and
That's
are
true.
so fascinated by it.
Intrigued. Like,
So
it's-
intrigued. And so it has actually forced us
That's
to
true.
like really think about it and define it even when we didn't want to. You know what I'm saying?
And it would be weird, I feel like, for people, like, we'll, like, go to, they're like, okay, so what are y'all? And then we'll be
Yeah.
like, we don't know.
Right.
And then, like, we'll describe it like, so y'all friends? And we're like, no. And then, like, so y'all are, like, sisters? No. And it's, like, some days where, like, I feel like your child. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
there's some, like, the way you're protective of me, the way, like, you motivate
For sure.
me, like, the potential you see in me, and like you beat it out of me, like beat it out of me. But it's funny because I was thinking yesterday, we were having this conversation just last night, and she asked me, oh, do you think about going back to school? And I was like, yeah, you know, I think about it, but I'm a little insecure being in academic settings and blah, blah, blah. And you know, like when you're talking to someone, usually like a friend would be like, no, for sure, like I get it. And she was like, yeah,
why?
but no, like I hear you, but like you're gonna have to push your way through that because you need to get on the other side of that. And I like reflected because I knew we were doing this episode, and like just little things like that. Sometimes people don't feel comfortable doing that for you because of however I don't want to offend this person. I don't want to over talk for them, but it's like, I think that both of us kind of find our way out of those spaces and still hold ourselves accountable to make sure that we give each other that feedback no matter.
Absolutely.
Because it's out of love. You
For
know, I
sure.
think
And
that
we understand
can
that.
And we can
Yeah.
both feel that because there's been times where we don't agree.
And it's not always gonna feel good. It doesn't.
It's
feel
not always
going to
feel good.
No, it doesn't.
And
feel
it's
good.
and I think a lot of times with us, we'll have these like conversations and it might not be finalized that night, but then we'll come around, and you do this a lot. You'll be like, I thought about something you said, Eb, and I'll forget that we even had the conversation. You'll bring it up, and I'm like, not dang you was listening, but like dang you was listening. Like,
For
you know,
sure.
like, you'll say it like verbatim of what I
sure.
said. I'm like,
Absolutely.
that's a good feeling to know that like you pour into someone the same way that they pour into you.
Yeah.
And I think that that's huge too in our dynamic.
Absolutely.
Like it's so balanced.
Right. And it's funny that you said that so often you feel like the child, because I feel like as of recently, I feel like the child. Okay.
These past 2 years, I would say,
Yes.
I was going to talk about that too when we talk about our dynamic. I think that's why people get so frustrated because we cannot put a like finalized label on it because like you said, we'll have seasons, right? And I feel like in this season, I have been more like,
Protective. Like, nah, that's the OG.
yeah.
I'm not about to play with the OG.
And even telling you,
Yeah.
like I'm not gonna let people play.
Right,
Like, you need to
absolutely.
stop letting people play with you.
For
Like,
sure. That's
you
what
know,
I said. I
so-
feel like the child. You're definitely the mother.
The what?
The mother. As of lately, right? Where you're just like, no, come on, get yourself together.
And we're not
You
doing
letting
that.
these people. We're not doing that. You letting these people play in your face. I'm gonna need you to like Fix
sure.
that.
Or do you want me to say something?
Right. And I'm like, no.
I need to-
Right. Look, the people not ready for the real joy at all.
Because I'll say
So I'm
something.
like, okay. I'm gonna get it together.
Like, give me some time.
Right.
Like,
Chill. Let me figure it out.
and I think that goes back into the like where we started versus where we are now.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we started in the role where I was like the student, right?
Yes.
And I remember back in the day, I called you a mentor. That was like the word, like, that's my mentor. And then it was Kalani's godmother.
Yes.
And then, but all these things started being stacked. Like, it wasn't just one thing. It's like, okay, in this.
Right.
So when I look about that evolution,
Yes. Evolve.
the evolution
right.
of the relationship is just so interesting, and like how we kind of found our way to the real joy of beauty and Boosie on Lock, which is interesting because once again, people try to figure out that dynamic of like, what is it? And it's funny because we went into it not realizing
Where it was gonna take us, for sure.
and what it even was.
Right.
Like, you started out your business. You started your business in
2019.
2019.
Right.
And I didn't start until 2022,
2022.
the like July. And that wasn't even like
Right,
official.
right. Yeah.
That was just me when I started taking on clients and, you know, let us say, getting your
Getting
feet
there,
wet,
right,
you know.
right.
But I think that a lot of times when people see us and they see where we are now, I think people visualize in their head, okay, they sat down, they had this meeting,
Right.
they structured it, that you're going to do this, and it's like, no, it kind of, with everything, like us just fell into place, like of every natural flow.
Yeah. And a lot of people assume that you're actually under me. And that was never a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In terms of like under my business.
Yeah.
Because truth
Like-
be told, who had their LLC first? It was the real joy.
But it's so
You know
funny,
what I'm
right?
saying?
Because like that stuff never, like, even when you just said that, I never thought about, I had my LLC before.
sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I never like thought about it
Absolutely.
like that, or like, but it's just so funny how we would have never came to that understanding if someone didn't push us to like look at it that way.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
you know what I
True.
mean?
Yeah,
Because we operate in just such like fluid, like whatever. But
sure.
when people make you see stuff, it's like,
Yeah, that did happen. For sure.
like,
Yeah.
okay.
And that's why I'm saying it's just like people assume that it's like one way, but in reality, it's just like this flow, this exchange, this like equal level of encouragement, motivation.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I would have gotten my LLC. To be honest, like it wasn't like, I fell into this business, but I wasn't really thinking about going where I am right now with it. It was a side hustle.
For sure.
And so then you got yours, and I was just like,
I need to get that too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I probably should get that.
And I love that, like, I think a lot of times on social media, people will see something from someone and they'll get inspired, but they won't necessarily say it was this inspiration. But I love that.
background.
We'll say it all the time. Like, I'll wear something. I'll be like, yeah, remember when you wear boom, boom, boom? That's why I got this. Or she'll come in and be like, I ordered this because remember when you had that on, I wanted this. And I'm like, but it's just such a like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Because we give each other that like
Props, the recognition.
props.
Yeah,
Like, you
absolutely.
inspired me to do
Yeah,
that.
because why not?
Why not?
No, I'll straight up tell you. Oh, I like that. I'm about to order one. Or
like,
why you didn't get two?
Why you didn't give me
Right,
one?
why
You know I was
didn't
gonna like
give me
that.
one?
Like,
Exactly.
You could have got that for me.
Right.
But I definitely think, and that goes back to the dynamic. I was thinking about this earlier. People like look at us and I feel like they think it's like a carbon copy, right? Like it's Jamie and then there's Ebony. And it's like if people only knew how different
we are.
but it's about we celebrate each other's differences. And I think that's why it works. And we're inspired sometimes by each other's differences. And I just think the way that we carry ourselves, yes, our style, but I'll see like a little inspiration from me and a little inspiration from you. Like it's just such a like collaboration. I don't know. It's just.
And the biggest thing we do is respect each other's differences. Yeah, for sure. We respect it. You're not trying to make me do A, B, and C. I'm not trying to make you do A, B, and C. we have our own perspectives, our own viewpoints. But like you said, we celebrate those differences. We use it to our advantages.
I was about to say, because we, like, okay, you into makeup.
Right.
Do my makeup, please.
Yeah,
like, you know what
sure,
I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
okay, so when I need my makeup done, I'm going to you.
Yeah.
And I just think it's so...
Wait, do you remember when I was interested in makeup at one point?
I told that... So, I wasn't thinking about doing makeup.
No.
When
I was,
yes,
yeah.
when I got to Connecticut... Before, you didn't even did you take the Sister Walk class yet? You did.
I did,
But I
yes.
don't think you was really like
Into it like that.
Mm-mm. So when I got here, because that's why I started working at Ulta. Because remember I was like, I'm going to get the discount.
Exactly.
I'm going to give you the makeup.
I'm going to take these classes.
And then I started watching the YouTube videos. And remember at your house, every time you were in the living room, I just could not get off the YouTube videos. Like
on the big TV.
On the big TV. And I am the one that fell into makeup. So I just think that's interesting too. But yeah.
So funny.
But it wasn't like, you stole that idea from me. I
No,
said I was going to do the makeup, and now you do the makeup. Like, it was like, okay, well.
How dare you?
How dare you do the makeup?
Right.
I wanted to do the makeup. But yeah, and I think another thing too, people think they can like go to you about me.
Oh, for sure.
Like, get me in trouble. Like,
hey, I'm going to go tell Jamie.
I'm going to tell Jamie. Or like they'll come to Jamie if they want me to like do something. They'll be like, and Jamie will tell people, they're like, I don't control that girl. Like Ebony got a mind of her own, and she gonna do what she want to do, and she gets on my nerves sometimes. Like,
Yep.
like she be ready to
box all the way out. She don't even know it.
No, I be knowing. One time, y'all, we got into it, and she gonna text me, I should come over to your house and shake the shit out of you. And I'm like, what? Like,
And then she didn't even respond, and it made me even more
I left her
hot.
on red.
She left me on red. I was
Red
like,
receipt
okay.
on. I was like this.
Yep. So if I pull up,
Like, okay, whatever.
like, whatever.
But yes, I think that's another funny thing, the dynamic, how it looks to other people, because I say sometimes it's motherly. I think that people are like, okay, well, I'm going to snitch on you. I'm going to tell on you. I know who to go to. And I'm like, she know.
Yeah.
She know how I am. Like,
Yep.
that ain't the one, because she going to tell you.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes I'll be like, you think you should? No. Okay.
And that's another
Just
thing.
asking.
Like, when people think we're so alike, our temperament is so different.
Yeah.
Like, Jamie has to like bring me down a lot of times because I'm like on 100 a lot.
Yeah. Right.
And I
You
think
get there a lot faster than I do.
I get there a lot faster. But
When the OG is there,
it's no coming back down.
ooh, baby.
So that's the balance, I think. Because when you do get there, I snap out of mine.
Yes,
I'm like,
you instantly.
I'm like, oh,
yes.
okay, this is real. Like, or like and then like we get like so caught up on different things, like things that make you mad or whatever. I'll be like,
That's not even that serious.
you mad over that? But
Right.
then when you'll look at me like, okay, like, so it's just funny.
But we
how
validate each other, though.
we do always
We may not
validate each other.
understand it, but we gonna validate.
Make a little joke or
right?
like,
Like you forced it.
yeah, like, yeah, she better quit playing.
Right.
She better relax, I guess.
Right, I
Like,
guess.
it ain't that serious. Like, yeah, for sure. Like, okay. Let me know if, okay. Like,
You good? Yeah.
but I think that plays so much into our business. Like,
Yes.
how we,
Oh.
and I can't wait until, we're going to get into that in part 2, because there's just so many different, like, stories where we both, it's so funny because what my clients do to me sometimes and vice versa, like we'll be like, oh no, that's just how so-and-so is. And we're like,
No.
you want me? And I'm like, no, it's okay. We're good. Everything's good.
Yeah. It's funny because we are so much softer with our own clients, but me listening in on some of yours, I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't have to walk over there. And then vice versa. You're like, Jay.
And I think it's validating too, because in moments with our clients, I think that we just become so used to it. I think,
Absolutely.
like so numb
Yeah.
to the treatment or so numb to that.
Like you said, that's just how they are.
Yeah, that's just how they
social
are.
is, yeah.
But when someone, a fresh ear, you're like, don't let her talk
That's
to you
not
like that.
okay.
And then
Right.
like, I think we'll go back and be like, yeah.
Right, absolutely. For sure.
So yeah. So in part 2, we're going to talk about our business, how we fell into it, how we work together versus how we don't work together, just different things like that. And yes, I'll see you in part 2. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too.
The real joy. The beauty. The
Something in my nose.
you got boogers?
Oh my God, that was...
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it.
So welcome back to part 2. And now I want y'all to know, this is a transition because before y'all were talking to Jamie, but now y'all gonna talk to Boosie on lock. So tell the
For sure.
people
Who Boosie is.
who Boosie is.
For sure. Let's start. Wait, let me tell the people where Boosie came from.
Okay.
Okay.
The origin of Boosie.
Exactly. So my last name is Bousiko. It's Haitian Creole. My husband's Haitian. So when I was getting married,
That's not his.
Sac passe.
Okay.
Ma boule.
Okay.
So when I was getting married, right, my friends were like, "Oh, Bousiko, we're gonna call you Boosie." I'm like, "No, you're not going to call me Boosie. Absolutely not."
And now you.
I got married. Somebody said, "Hey, yo, Boosie badass." I was like,
I like that.
I like that. So Boosie stuck. And so when I was forming my business, I was just like, I want my name somehow integrated into my business. And so one day I was just like, I got it, Boosie on lock.
And it stuck.
And it stuck. So now everybody calls me Boosie. That's my nickname. I embrace it. I love it.
People don't know that
My name is Jamie.
Jamie.
No.
Like,
That's the funny part.
Is Bousy here?
Right.
Bousy?
Is Bougie
My
here?
appointment with Bousy? Boosie.
Right. You be like, Jamie? No, Bousy.
Bousy. I'm here to see Bousy.
Right. So y'all know it's Boosie. So that's how, the name Boosie on Lock
Okay.
came into play.
We like that. That's cute.
I like that.
So why did you take the Sister Lock class?
So I took the Sister Lock course. So when I took it, my mom had Sister Locks and I had Sister Locks at the time, right? And so Amini Nelson, she is the one who started pouring into me in terms of like encouraging me to do Sister Lock. She was like, "You can do it." I was like, no. But I started playing around with my mom's hair, started doing retightenings and whatnot, or retightening a few here and there. And she was like, "Jay, take the class." And I was just like, absolutely not. But you know me, right? I sit on stuff for so long. And then
Out of nowhere,
I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm going to do today.
I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
Right. Out of nowhere. I'm like, yep, this is what I'm going to do.
And I'm going to do it.
And I'm going to do it. And that's what I did. I signed up for the course. It was a 4-day course in Baltimore. So my mom was like, all right, let's go. Let's pack. We literally took a road trip, me and the kids, my mom. She stayed in the hotel with them for 4 days while I went to class all 4 days, right? So I took the class, came back home, and I was just like, okay, here we go. So I think I had one client already waiting for me. And so with the class, you got to do 3 heads, turn it in, get it approved, da-da-da-da-da-da. So I had my clients waiting for me. But I originally took the class because I'm like, I got a lot of kids.
A lot of them.
Don't do too much.
Like 6.
Feels like 6 every day. I got 3 kids. That's a lot of kids, And so I was like, wow, these kids are expensive, right? And, me and my husband, Manny, we like to travel. So we was like, hey, we got to fund this lifestyle now, right?
We're going to live.
Exactly. That's the one thing we're going to do. We're going to live. And so I was just like, well, this is an extra stream of income. And so that's how I, got into doing sister locks, and I absolutely hated it.
I feel you.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I hated it. It took forever. My body hurt. Couldn't stand it. But I stuck with it. Going into the pandemic, I probably had 7 to 10 clients.
Yeah.
I was cool with that. I
Yeah.
was doing it part-time. I was working, full-time. By that point, I had moved back to Connecticut, right? And so I was working at Achievement First as a college counselor.
Yeah.
And so I was doing that full-time. And I was doing this part-time after working full-time, come home from traveling. Remember that? Traveling.
Yeah. All over.
Exactly. I would take a client every night in my basement. And so that's how I started off. And going into the pandemic, I only had 7 to 10 clients, and I was content with that. I was like, all right, this is good.
Coming out of the pandemic.
What? I was like, whoa. Who is this? How did we get here?
For sure.
And where am I going? Because my clientele quadrupled.
I was about to say, it seemed, and I was at her house during this time, and I just remember I love being in the basement with you, while you were doing an install or doing somebody's hair. I love the conversation. I just love the whole vibe of it. So it was kind of I was there before I was there,
right.
because everyone just I knew all your clients and everything like that. But it blew up. I remember just more people kept coming.
Because the world shut down. Salons shut down.
The world shut down. People didn't know what to do with their hair.
Right.
People were like, what is going on?
People panicked.
And
they were
either shaving their head or getting locks.
Right. And so people started reaching out more and more. And I'm like, yeah. Come. Next thing you know, I was I was working full time.
Yes.
And doing hair full time.
I remember you would have your laptop on Zoom with students, and then still trying to navigate through. And then I remember you having a conversation with your husband. Mm-hmm. Yes. You told me that you had that conversation. You were like, I think I have to go full time. I have to pick one, right? I have to pick one or the other,
right.
And you're like, I think I'm gonna go this route. And I remember you went to Manny.
Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah, Manny was just like, huh? You gonna do what? He was like, yeah, no, that's ridiculous. And I was just like, no, I'm serious. I think I have enough clientele where I can go full time and leave my job. And he was just like, absolutely not. Because that 9 to 5, I know what I was getting paid. Yeah. Every 2 weeks.
Sick time, vacation time.
Exactly.
Retirement. You got to think about all that.
Yeah. Right. And when you go into business for yourself, I don't know what I'm getting every week. I don't know who's going to show up, how many clients I'm going to have. But I was willing to take that risk. I'm a step out on faith type of girl. Every time. I'm a risk taker, and I'm a step out on faith every single time. But my husband sat on it for 2 weeks, and he ended up coming back to me. He was just like, you know what? If this is what you want to do, if you think this is the right time, who am I to stand in your way?
Yeah, let's do it.
He was like, worst case scenario, you can always go back to work.
Exactly.
Another thing about me, I'm going to keep food on the table now.
I don't know what I got to do.
I don't know what I got to do.
But I'm going to do it.
I'm going to keep food on that table now. Okay?
My kids going to eat.
Right. My kids going to eat. Whether I got to be Jamie, OG, or Boosie, kids going to eat. Right?
For sure. Oh, for sure.
Right. And so October 1st, 2021, I went into business full time. Wow. And I have never looked back. It was the best decision I could have ever made for myself professionally.
And I love to say this tagline, favor ain't fair, because when I tell you, you've never posted an ad in no newspaper, you've never had a billboard, when I tell you, people are constantly flowing in.
Yes,
it's
to the very
how
day.
have you not locked up the whole Connecticut yet? I'm like, where are these people coming from?
I know.
And it's to the point where I'm around town and I see someone, I'll be like, who do your hair? How you got such a long accent?
Right. You ain't been to the stew.
You ain't been to the stew.
Who did that?
Yes, it's just such a blessing just to be able to see how it took off for you.
Yeah. Sure.
And then kind of explain to them, because I know I said at one point in time, your loctician, I think, wasn't taking clients, right, because of the pandemic?
Right.
Yeah, and I remember I was at the house with you, And we were in your dining room. We were just sitting there chatting, playing around. And you was like, Ev, do my hair.
For sure.
I was like, what you want me to do? Braid it? Put it in the ponytail? Because she always like wants some braids or something. So I'm like, okay, what do you want me to do? She's like, no, take this tool and retighten it.
She was like, retighten? How do I do that? I said, girl, figure it out. Just go through each entry point until you don't have any more new growth.
And I said, what if I mess it up?
I was like, it'll be all right.
You say, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And literally, Ev got the tool and she started retightening my hair.
Literally.
Lock by lock.
It's so weird because I just remember like doing it.
Yeah, which is crazy, right? Because that's like, I think it's like even deeper than what we even realize, right? Because you talking about my hair.
That you've invested.
I've invested
These
hundreds.
things are that.
I think
foundation?
For me, at the time, it was hundreds.
Okay,
now
100.
it's thousands, right?
Yeah.
But at the time, I invested hundreds of. You talking about my locks, my crown?
Tightenings.
Exactly.
This has been a whole like.
And here I handed you the tool without even thinking about it. Again, right, going back to like our dynamic, our bond, our vibe, It was actually no question. It was no question, and that was something that was established. Again, I gotta take it back to Wheelock and everything that you did for me on that campus. Like that's where that trust, that dynamic, that vibe, that energy, everything was really established there. Because look at how much you guys looked out for me there. Like, y'all make sure I ate in more ways than one. More ways than one. Y'all make sure I ate every single day.
Okay.
Right? So it just goes back to like, that's why I say like stuff is so much deeper than what we realize.
Yeah.
Because it was like no question for me to hand you that tool and be like, get it done.
And I feel like that expectation from you comes with a lot of things, right? Like when you're talking about, so we're talking about your hair to now bringing me into your business.
Yes.
That is like a huge, like for someone to trust you and believe in you like that and then bring you into something, they put the grind, the money, because I didn't take the sister life. You went and took that class. Right. That was your investment. And to teach me everything you knew and give it to me, like I think that even looking back on that trust, and it's like.
Do you remember how that started?
I remember you came to me and was just like, no. Everything with Jamie starts as a joke. Everything with Jamie starts as a joke. So we were talking one day and she was like, you about to take some of these clients.
For sure.
I'm like, girl, goodbye. I'm not doing that.
Sure.
And then she'll like keep kind of, when you going to take a client? Like, I'm not taking a client. Like, that's not happening.
Right.
So then she really came to me serious one day. It was like, hey, she gave me the time she need me do it, the person. That's how I remember it.
Well, something like that.
Okay.
But initially, right, I was just like, I had just gotten into it full time and I was like super overwhelmed. I wasn't even able to get back to people in a timely manner.
Okay.
Right? The emails, the DMs, the work phone, the personal phone. It was a lot. Social media. Right? Creating reels and all that other stuff. And I was like, Eb, I need some help. Like, I need some serious help. And you about to take one of these clients, but I need some help. So you started creating content for me.
For you.
And answering the business phone, the emails,
and the DMs.
And you started setting up my consultations.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, and for that, that's a lot of pressure. But it's this thing of, I never thought about saying no.
And I never thought about like you being able to do it for me. And I didn't even there was no training. I was just like, yep, you got that.
Log in on your phone, do that. And like, that's another thing with Jamie. She will have so much trust in you that she won't give you like a blueprint. She'll give you the idea and make you come up with it. Like
make it
yours.
Yeah.
I was make it your own. Do what you want to do with it. So I think just knowing that this person has this trust in you and they're just like waiting to see you like take off with it. It's like almost like this false confidence it gives you, right? Like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to do it.
Right.
And I'm going to figure it out as I do it. I'm going to just do it.
Right.
Just fake it till you make it. Just do it.
You got this.
Yeah. And I think that's how things started flowing. Like I said, I took that client and I remember At first, I took the client who is not my client today, but then there was also other ones, and I don't think we ever talked about this. It would like hurt my feelings, like when people would come to me one time,
Yeah.
and then like I would never hear from them again because I'm like, what did I do? Like, did I mess up? I know that my speed wasn't the best,
Right.
but I
kept telling you it's gonna get there.
it's gonna get
You
better.
gotta
She
stick
would
with
tell
it,
me,
yeah.
I'm like, I don't think she's gonna call me back because, and then like, no, she will. I'm like, no, she will not. She's not calling me back.
Look,
like,
she will.
but yes, I think just that encouragement, just like, and I always say, Jamie think I could do anything.
Oh, for sure.
Jamie think I could build a house. She think I could fix a car.
Yeah, lay
She
down
think
carpet.
anything. So just having someone to like always just believe in you and see the potential, I think just kind of led us down this path of like where we are now.
For sure.
So I have my own LLC, The Real Joy of Beauty, and you have Boosie on Lock. But we collaborate a lot, and I think the whole point of us is like we like to collaborate. There's like no competition, right? Like there's never this competitive, like even like people will come to her and then come to me for like consultations,
Right.
and they'll end up like going with either or, and it's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And when they come in, we're like, hey, how are you? Like they're weirded out.
They're weird.
More than like we are.
They try to tiptoe me or you.
They'll like say certain things like, I just didn't go that route because sister locks. Okay, so actually let's break it down. So for installs, I do micro lock installs, and Jamie does the micro lock and sister lock.
Yes.
Because she took that training, that 4-day training. She has a certificate. She has everything for it. I actually cannot do sister locks.
Right.
So that is like the difference. But a lot of times, even when people pick micro locks, Jamie sometimes will be like, okay, well, I think Ebony is the better loctician for you because of the style you want. If you want 2-strand twists, she's really good at that. She likes to do more. She likes 2-strand twists too, but you're good at interlocking.
Yeah.
So you like handle more of those, or if they want them smaller to look like sister locks.
Right.
I feel like that's kind of how we like divvied it up.
Yeah, for sure. Right. And also to our calendars too.
And
Our
it just
timing,
depends on timing and
when we're
calendar.
available.
But that's still such an unsaid thing.
It is,
Like we
yeah.
never sat down and like, okay, so when this consultation come in, you're gonna get one.
Right.
I'm gonna get
one.
one.
No.
And then like it just
It's always so natural. It flows perfectly. It ends up working out. And like you said, we don't ever feel any type of way. There's no competition. Like there's no competition around these parts.
at all.
We want no parts of competition.
And people will like say it to us as if like they don't understand how it's not like, y'all be careful. Because I seen friends like moving with each other. I see friends do this and it doesn't work out. So just be careful. And we like,
y'all sure y'all want to do that?
yeah, y'all sure y'all want to share? It's like, and it's like, just a competition piece is just not, it just doesn't
No,
exist.
it doesn't exist. Absolutely not. And we talk about our differences, right? We each bring so many different, our talents are different, different perspectives, just how we do things, how we see things. We have a different eye for certain things. And so that adds to the dynamic. That's why it works. You know what I'm saying? It's like, even with my business, when you started doing content for me, right? Because you have like this eye. The one thing about Ebony or Joy, the real Joy, she will study something, will watch videos, will look at other people's contents and dissect it, and she gonna get that thing. That's why my tagline is Ebony got it, Eb got it, Eb do it. Go see Eb, because you study these things, you research, you look at you listen to lives. I don't do all that.
Yeah.
I don't do all that. And so when you started doing content for me, my followers doubled. I had those videos you did that went viral that were mine.
Yeah.
You did them. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that just speaks to why the dynamic, you know what I mean, us being business partners, and we just go with the flow, and wherever it takes us, it just takes us, because we have different talents.
Yeah. And I think too, like our temperament also plays in that when we talk about celebrating our differences. I think the way that we deal with conflict in the real time versus behind the scenes.
Right.
I think that you're really good with dealing with it in the moment, right? Like keeping everything. But then like later on when the doors are shut, I'm like, nah, like we got to turn up. Like we got to
we got to flip these tables.
Yeah, like this can't happen again.
Right.
So I think that plays such a good part. Like that's just such a good dynamic that we have as well. So,
and another thing that's unspoken is the pieces, what you have, you push me as a professional, right? As a business owner. It's just like, well, why don't you have this? Why aren't you doing this? Where's your policies? Because I'm actually a bad business person. I lead with my heart, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, come on, I'll do your hair anyway. No, it's okay. Come on. No, it's all right.
And I'm like in the corner, like
no.
No, ma'am.
Like, I hear you, but no.
Yeah, I get it, right?
Exactly.
Like, I definitely get it,
right.
But no.
So you challenge me to be a better business person, a better business owner, you know what I mean? And to like really stand on business and be firm and hold myself accountable, hold my clients accountable for certain things. So all of that, just so y'all know, that came from the real joy.
Now you're going to have your clients mad.
It wasn't me. Yep. It was her.
Yeah, and we about to come out with that square link. So when y'all need to reschedule them appointments last minute, you could click that square. It's going to say Boosie. You go in there and you reschedule your own appointments, okay?
For sure.
Thank you. But yes, I think that this is just such a nice way to celebrate and to like really like sit down and like solidify. Like, just because I feel like we just go through the motions every day and like but we never really like give each other, you know, like this, like that is huge. Like going into business, I feel like we both kind of fell into entrepreneurship.
For sure.
I kind of like, my heart goes out to the entrepreneurs who really like have these like set plans and they've just been going at it for so long and like don't give up. Like, you know, like your time is going to be your time. My heart really goes out because I can't imagine like wanting that and like not being able to like bust that door
like
down.
It's like right here. It's just like,
you know. So
sometimes you got to scratch the whole plan. You gotta scratch that whole the blueprint, the business plan, and everything, and just like
what you have.
You gotta start.
I think that is huge. Like start with what you have. If I could, like, we could just give any like quick like what we've learned to this moment.
Right.
I think that there's a lot of times where I've like walked into an empty studio, and in my mind I have this vision, and like it's probably going to cost like $1,200 for me to do that. But I start with what I have. I have a chair, I have a mirror, and you just build on as time goes. So I think like that is a huge piece. What about you? What would be like your advice to give to someone who is a new business owner or someone trying to like bust in the door of entrepreneurship?
Right. I think definitely trust the process. Like, and it's such a term that I think is like overused, it's so cliche, but it's so true. Like in everything you do, you really truly have to trust the process, stay encouraged. You have to give yourself grace.
Yeah.
Like I have to remind myself to give myself grace.
Yeah.
Like
all the time.
All the time, because it's just like you will leave, you know what I mean? At the end of your day, sometimes you leave feeling so defeated. Or, you know, at the end of this class, it's like, wow, that didn't quite go how I thought, how I planned for it to go, right? And so sometimes you just got to like give yourself grace, scratch the plan. You got to trust the process. It's just like, stick with it.
Yeah.
Just stick with it.
And I think back and trust yourself. Trust the process and trust yourself. Like you got to this point somehow. Trust that vision that you have in your head. Right. Trust that voice. Trust that when you go to sleep at night, that voice that's just like keeping you up with that. You can see it. If you can see it, you can do it. Right. Just take every little steps and like really ask God to just order your steps on how to get there, because it starts with the little things. And in the moment, it's not going to seem like it's big, but when you look back, you're going to be like, that step is what got me here. So,
right. And find your people.
Find your people. Find your village.
Who pour into you. Right. And that's why like I love pouring into others, because folks poured into me.
Yeah.
Amini especially really poured into me, encouraged me as an entrepreneur, as a business owner. And then you continuously pour into me. You have to find your people, your prayer circle, you know what I mean?
Keep it tight.
Yeah, keep it tight. Keep it tight.
Keep it
and it's mighty.
secure.
Yeah, definitely. But
But yes, thank you for sitting down with me. I'm so glad that y'all were able to meet Boosie.
I want to come back.
Yeah, she'll be back. But we'll see you next time. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too.
Because it's like, it's a whole journey. I always say that. My journey. No, it's a journal. Journal. Okay.
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it.
Welcome back to the Real Joy podcast. Today's episode, so if you watch my Real Talk, you already know what we're here for today. But today's episode is going to be on grief. This is, like I said in the Real Talk, going to be a challenge for me. So just bear with me. It's a vulnerable, real conversation. So I'm just going to jump right into it. When looking at my grief journey, I was watching a documentary, Meg Thee Stallion. I don't know if you all saw that documentary. I really recommend you watching it. It is so good, not even from looking at it at a grief standpoint, but just in general, like knowing her as an artist and knowing the story behind the artist. I really loved it. But as we all know, Meg also lost her mother at the age of, I think she was in her early 20s as well. And I resonated so much with her story because not only did she lose her mom, but she lost her dad at a younger age too. She lost her dad in high school. And I never mentioned my father on the podcast, but I also lost my dad at an early age as well. So that tied into her story as well. So that stood out to me too. But Meg, when you watch her documentary, it starts out and she's about to graduate from college, which is like a big moment for her. She's about to cross the stage. And everyone around her is so excited. Like they're pumping her up. She's getting her hair and makeup done and she looks beautiful. And she gets her degree and she's like all excited. And she comes back and the reality of the situation still exists. But everyone around her is so excited. And you could kind of see that she's like excited to be in that moment, but something is missing. And that's how she started to talk about her mom. And that stood out to me because I feel like that is my exact feeling in life. Like I'll be in a moment, I'll be excited. And then it's just like this constant reminder of like the one person that I would want to share this moment with and like where I'm at right now, they're not there. Like you aren't able to share that moment with them. So that really stood out to me when I was watching her documentary. And when she talks about her mother's relationship, it's just so powerful because at one point she was like, my mom was just not my mom. Like that was my best friend. Like that's your compass in life, you know? And when she talks about losing that, you're talking about someone who's in a public eye, who has to show up daily. Like we see Meg Thee Stallion, you know, we're like, where's the music? Where's this? And she felt like she had to keep going. She had to keep going. But at some point in time, that grief, you just feel like one day you wake up and you can't fake it anymore. You can't smile anymore. You can't just show up anymore. And I think just seeing her in that moment and seeing her for that person, also I related to her because I think at a certain point in life, you just have to be like, it's okay to not be okay. And you have to be honest about not being okay. And I would say for her, our grief process was a little different because she didn't really have a time to really process it. Her mom just went into the hospital and then she was sick. It was like a really fast process. But for me, my mom was sick. She had cancer. And I remember at one point they had only given her, I don't remember if it was 2 days or 2 weeks to live, but it was a very sudden timeline. And we didn't know. I think that was like at the beginning of when we found out that she had cancer. And she ended up living longer than that. I think when they gave her that final notice, she lived maybe even a year after that. But I think for me personally, my grieving process started when someone told me that I was going to lose my mom in 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever it was. And I think that for the people around me, my grieving process looked different. It was moments of anger. It was moments of misunderstanding. And I just feel like right at the time when my mom passed, I had already been through this whole emotion of anger. So let me talk about where that anger came from. So my mom got married when I was in college. She had got married. I talked about it on my Real Talk. So I think for this episode, it's going to help if you guys go back and listen to my first Real Talk. I kind of talk about the dynamic of my stepdad and kind of how I feel, how that played a part in things. So I'm going to touch on it now, but I go into depth more in that video. So I would suggest you go back and watch it, the first Real Talk that I ever did. But me and my stepfather, he had this protection over my mom, but I think he often protected her from things she didn't need protection from. And what she actually needed protection from was himself. But he was very protective over her, which actually was control. And he kept her family away from her. And if you know anything about my mom, there was like 3 things that brought her life: church, me as her daughter, and family in general. Like those 3 things is what kept her aligned. Like my mom cooked Sunday dinner every Sunday for my family. Like it was Thanksgiving every Sunday, not because she felt obligated. That's what brought her joy. That's what brought her happiness. So when she got married, her husband moved her away from a street that my whole family lived on. It was like, I believe there was 4 houses on that street that my family shared, and we did everything together. When she got married, he changed the dynamic completely of the family, isolated her, took her to another part of town. It was just them. He didn't like people coming over. We could no longer just stop by. My mom was like, had this open door policy. So if you was hungry, you could come in and eat. If you needed a place, like she was just that type of person for the family. So when she got married, the dynamics changed with everyone around her, everyone, and including me, her only child. And I think that when you talk about grief and you're talking about someone who was raised by a single mom, I remember I had a family member, actually my grandma, she told someone that she believes that I feel like my mom's death was just about me. And it's like, no, but yes. Like no one is affected the way that I am affected because I'm losing my mom. Like my grandmom has other children. You have other daughters. Like you're gonna, but like her child, like it's just a little different. So I feel like in going back to what I'm saying, during that process of her passing away and her getting weaker and having those last days, I wasn't able to spend that time with my mom the way I would have liked to because her husband was too busy worrying about financial things that was going to happen after. So if he kept my mom away from me, we wouldn't have these conversations of what's going to happen after and where money is going to be allocated to. We weren't able to have those moments. And I think that was very strategic in keeping me away and keeping the reality away from my mom that she was going to leave me in this world by myself. And just to give you an example of what I'm saying, like her husband drove a 1996 Crown Vic. 2 weeks after my mom passed, he got a brand new 2019 Chevy truck. So that's what I mean when things are strategically placed to have an outcome that benefited one person and to kind of alienate and leave the other person to the side. But I say that to say during this process, before my mom even passed away, I had so much anger built up inside of me that I don't think I was understood properly. And I think the way that I was acting out, because I felt like nobody was advocating for me, that everybody kind of saw the effect of what was happening, but no one, like, people would talk about it like, why is he doing this to you? Why is he doing that? But nobody would like, and I'm thinking of adults at the time, because yes, I'm 20, but I'm thinking about 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds, my aunts, people that I grew up with. Nobody was kind of coming to like and saying, like, to my defense almost, and saying, why is this being done? I don't understand why this is being done to her. And I think over time, that anger just kept building up. So at the time of grief, when I actually lost my mom and when the death actually took place, I wasn't overwhelmed with this sadness because I was already going through that process. I already had to live without my mom while she was still here because I was being alienated and I was being pushed away from her. So I think my grieving process is a little different. And even at the funeral, I remember I was sitting there and it was just me and my stepdad on the front row. So I hadn't talked to him. We've been like at odds. He had called the police on me at one point because I just showed up to my mom's house because I'm like, you're not gonna keep me from my mom. And he called the police on me. So like, just giving you a background to like our relationship. And we're both sitting on the front row at my mom's funeral and she's just like in the casket and we're just sitting there. And I think that on the outside looking in, I looked like the bad daughter because I wasn't around everyone and I started to like alienate myself because I felt so alone already and misunderstood. So when we were at the funeral, they did a standing ovation for my mom's husband for being such a great husband, being so supportive through this process and taking care of her. And I remember just sitting there just like, wow. Like the irony of this moment, the person who I feel took her lifeline away from her. And if people really understood the control and what was being done, and the irony that you guys are clapping for this man and saying that he is the best husband ever, I believe that's what really sparked my anger. And I remember telling someone, my cousin that I was really close with at the time, she wasn't able to come to the funeral. And I think that that was like a good thing almost because I told her, like, when we bury my mom and when it's all said and done and her body goes down, I'm going to turn to that man and I'm going to, I think I said like punch him in the face or something. And I know she would have been the person to like egg me on and to make sure that happened because that's the level of anger I was at. And I feel like everything was out of my control. And I was just trying to hold this respect for my mom. But I think that's another part of my grief. I felt like after my mom passed, I didn't have anybody to hold me to a standard. And I was just like, now I'm going to display this anger in this way. I'm going to act out in this way because I don't have this person to kind of guide me anymore. I don't have this person to hold me accountable. Because if you think about your parent, that's kind of what they do. They are the ones that raised you. They know what you're supposed to be doing in life. And so when I lost that, I felt like all bets are off for everybody. Like, I'm going to be the person that you guys have painted me out to be. And that turned me into what grief turned me into in 2018 to 2019, I say was a person that I never knew I could be. And I'm not proud of that person looking back because I was just so, like, even when I think about relationships and I never had a quote unquote hoe phase in life, but I feel like go back to Kalani's dad, we had this whole college relationship. That was after that. And I remember what happened the night that my mom passed. My ex came. So all this stuff compiled. So now I'm single. I haven't been single in a while. I've always had these real relationships with people, these like meaningful, lifelong, like supposed to be my husband relationships. I don't have that anymore. I lost my mom. It turned me into a person that was like a rebel or like, I could do what I want because who gonna check me? So I remember like, because I was grieving, I wasn't eating. So I was like drinking and smoking all the time. So I lost weight in like 2 weeks. This is in my 20s now. So I dropped weight. This was the smallest I had ever been. I literally started to become so hypersexual. Like, I remember just like having this like sexual like but when I think back to, I was looking for some type of love or some type of attention. And I did not even recognize myself at one point. Like, I remember just doing stuff just to do it and looking for some type of, like I said, attention, affection. So I think like when grief isn't properly, when you don't properly sit down and deal with the root of things, I found it just leading into things that just wasn't healthy. It wasn't healthy. It wasn't anything. I was around people that I didn't need to be around, just anybody who was willing to accept me. So I have friends that weren't really my friends. They're probably using me, probably just having me around for the money or different things like that. So my grieving process just was really hard at first because I think when you talk about grief, right, like you think, okay, I'm going to be with my family. My family is going to get me through this, my support system. But my grieving process was with everyone but my family. And I think, like I said, it was due to just like, I had lost trust in my family. And I found myself having to make my own support system with people who weren't in my family. And it was hard because at the time I was living, like I said, on the street with my family. So I had like an aunt over here, an aunt over here, and an aunt next door to me. But it often at times felt like during the process, everyone was like wanting to be around me, because like I said, they thought I had came into all this money when they realized that what I said was actually happening. I didn't get anything after my mom passed other than like $5,000, I would say, which I owed people at the time because I wasn't working. I kept calling out for bereavement. So I still had to pay bills. So like when that money came to me, it was like nothing already. So I think that my family didn't understand that. I was mad that my mom had passed away. Like I said, this guy's pulling up in a new car. He gave all his grandkids all this money. He furnished his granddaughter's house off of my mom's. Like he was taking care of his family off of my mom passing away. And I remember his granddaughter was friends with someone that I knew. And she was like, oh yeah, my friend said to me that her grandfather bought all this furniture because some lady died. And I was like, she didn't even know that it was her grandfather's wife. Some lady died and she just got all this stuff and was given all these things. And it was just like, no, that lady was my mom and you guys are benefiting off of her passing away and you're being taken care of. But her daughter and her granddaughter is basically out here just assed out, basically, like with no one to take care of them, with no one. So like, as you guys can see, I'm still I think this is when we talk about healing. Healing is such a lifelong process because we're still human. And when things come up, it still affects you as if it just happened yesterday. No matter how far you come from that day, when those emotions come up and that rawness comes up, like it's okay you can say that you're healed, but it's okay to still have those emotions and to still have those feelings. So I think that grief is so important to talk about because, like I said, if it's not talked about, if you don't deal with the root of things, if you're not honest with yourself about where you are in that moment, it could be very detrimental to your character, to who you are as a person. And if you don't have the right people around you who are pouring into you, who are checking on you, who are really trying to understand where you are and help you through that, I think that's where grief can take a good turn or a bad turn, right? Like if you have the proper support system and people are understanding where you are. Like I remember one part when I was talking about, I went to a mental hospital, right? And I remember my cousin and my aunt came to the mental hospital and they literally came there and I'm just sitting and whatever they had on me. And I remember sitting at the table and I was numb and I wasn't talking. And they just literally stared at me like they went to the zoo to look at an animal behind the glass. Like I remember they were just looking at me in this daze. And they didn't give any words of encouragement. They didn't say what's going on in here. Like, there was nothing, like, no one at that time ever took into consideration, I feel like this girl just lost her mom. As simple as that sounds. I think everybody was worrying about, oh, I just lost my cousin. Oh, I just lost my sister. Oh, I just lost this person. But like nobody like thought about this 25-year-old girl just lost her mom. And what does that do for her world? What is that going to look like for her? Who's going to teach her these things that she's still trying to understand as a woman? Who's going to give her that nurturing attitude towards her? Who's going to tell her at 20 years old, you're not going to have everything figured out? Who's going to continue to cultivate that person that she's trying to be? Nobody, I feel like, in that moment in my family took that role, took that responsibility. No one did that for me. And it forced me to find people like Jamie, to find people outside of my family, because nobody took that time to really understand me in that moment. It was so easy to write me off because she's angry. Hell yeah, I'm angry. Like, you would be angry if these things were happening to you too. But it almost made it easy. Like, oh, she's angry, so we're just gonna leave her to be angry. Oh, she has attitude, so leave her over there. She wants to have attitude, she's gonna have to understand what that attitude does for her. This is not just about her. We lost this person too. No, because there's people, I like, think to my aunt, who is, I believe, 60 years old. She lives with my grandma still to this day. They do everything together. They go on vacation together. They go grocery shopping together, everything. And you're telling me right now, as a 60-year-old woman, if you would lose your mom at that big age, you would not know, but you have had your mom to help you raise your kids. You've had your mom at your wedding. You've had your mom at all these things. And you're talking about a 25-year-old. And it was almost like they were holding me to the standards of them as an adult. Like, okay, well, just deal with it. You've lost your mom. Like, oh, okay. Like, you'll be okay. And it's like, no, I absolutely won't be okay. I'm a new mom. And me saying all these things now, I realize I would just internalize everything, and it turned into anger, and it turned into anger. And I was just so angry at the fact that I would even have to say these things to people. Like, why do I have to explain this to you? So I think in the next part, I really want to share with you guys my family dynamic and really talk about the support system in that time and kind of shed light more on my family dynamics with people and where I'm at today with my family. So thank you so much for tuning into this episode. I know you guys felt the emotion, but stay tuned to part 2, and I'm going to continue and telling you about my family and everything. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too.
Hey guys, it's finally here. We have the Real Joy podcast journal. I'm so excited to share this with you all. If you stay tuned to the end of this episode, we're going to have details on how you can get your own copy. So stay tuned.
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it.
Welcome back to part 2. So I'm going to be talking about my family and my dynamics, but I suggest you go back to part 1 if you haven't watched it, because I'm just going to jump back in from where I left off. So make sure you check out part 1 because it'll make a lot more sense if you're just now tuning into part 2. So take this moment, pause, go back to part 1, and then come back and see me here. But for all of y'all who watched part 1, let's get right into it. So like I was saying with my family, during my grieving process, you're talking about someone who grew up around my family, right? Like I said, my mom cooked Sunday dinners all the time. Like I was raised in this dynamic of just like family matters and the support system. And I saw my mom do for others. But now that I think about it, I saw my mom do for others. My mom was always the person who was doing for everyone around her. And in my head, I thought that was family, but it was my mom upholding this dynamic. It wasn't everyone else pouring into it. I really feel like my mom saw the importance of family and the value of it and tried to give that to me, but I feel like she was the one that was doing all the work. It wasn't an equal balance. I really do feel like she was the one that was always showing up, taking care of everyone, making sure everyone was good on her part. So now that I am in this moment in life and I see what family really is, I also felt as if it continued to fuel that anger for me. Like, it was just like, let's go back. Lost my mom, her husband sucks, and now my family sucks. When I say that, I remember trying to find those people in my family. Like, for instance, back to the example, if you haven't seen the first episode of the podcast, go back and watch that. But that night, after everything had happened, I ended up going to the court. I pressed charges, and I was rewarded like $300 to fix my window and the damages that were done to my house. So at the time I didn't have a vehicle. So I was asking my aunt, I remember calling her and I was like, okay, this is me trying. I'm going to try to like depend on someone. They say I don't reach out enough. I don't ask them when I need help. Okay, cool. So I was like, I'm going to call my aunt. I'm going to ask her if she could take me to the courthouse so I could pick up this check so I could fix my window. So I remember calling her and she like sounded so understanding, like, of course I could take you. And I remember hanging up the phone like, okay, maybe this is gonna work. My phone rings and I answer. And before I can even say hello, my aunt is like, girl, tell me why Ebony called me and asked me to take her to the courthouse to pick up this check. This girl always got something going on, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like letting her talk. I'm like, yeah, you called me by accident. You probably meant to call someone else, but you're talking. She was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, forget it. And actually, I don't need you to take me to the court. And I think like that for me was my last final straw because it was just like, I trusted you. I tried. And look what you did with it. And this was like, I feel like a repeated thing with my family. Like my pain and my hurt and my anger was turning into like tea and gossip. And I think, it's easy to gossip and have tea about people, but you don't really understand the other side to that. Like, yes, it's a funny ha-ha moment for you, but this is somebody's life you're talking about. This is something that's actually happening to someone. This is somebody's reality. And I think that's what made me lose trust and hope in my family because it was entertainment for them. Things that were happening to me and affecting me and my child started to become entertainment. And it started to become like, oh, you call her and see if she'll tell you and then bring it back. Like, I'm talking to someone from Boston. The information goes to Arizona. It goes back down to North Carolina. Like, but no one was willing to step up and help. It was just a call to I'm going to act like I'm here to support you, but I really want to be the one who has the tea. So when I call this person, I could tell them what was going on. And I think the more I felt that, the more I just started to distance myself away from my family and really like disappeared. Like, okay, I'm not the butt of your jokes. You guys aren't going to support me. You aren't here to help me. And I really feel like my family, now that I think about it, they're the type of people that have been raised on survival and not love. And I kind of see why my mom was so different and why I was kind of raised separately from them until I got older, until I got high school, and she wanted me to feel that family dynamic. But I see why in those crucial years between the ages of, I would say, like 5 and 13, it was just me and my mom. Like we were in a whole nother area than my family, because if I was raised around my family, I don't think that I would be the person who my mom raised me today, because the rest of my family was not raised off of love, strictly survival. So they're going to do whatever they can to make sure that they're going to benefit from being around you. Whether that's making you pay for something, whether that's getting $20 out of you, like it's a strategic game where they are going to walk away from you with some type of gain, with some type of something from you. So I think the more I realized that made me have to find my own support system. And I know I talk about Jamie being a huge part of my support system, and she definitely is to this day, from that moment to that day. But I do have to say that there was someone who played a huge part in getting me to Connecticut before I could get there. And that is my Aunt Chris. And I say Aunt Chris as she's not family. She actually is someone that has known me since I was a baby. So her and my mom worked at the church together when I was younger. How I talked about how I was raised in the church and born in the church. That dynamic went back to my church days. And me and her daughter actually call each other god sisters, because we weren't related, but we kind of just grew up and we've been in each other's lives for our whole lives at this point. So I smile when I talk about my Aunt Chris, because something with her, she was just so nurturing and caring towards me, like from the moment I met her. I feel like even as a child, I don't know, like for me, I feel like when I have like this open relationship with people, it usually stems from like the first day of meeting them, because I feel people and people feel me. So it's like with my Aunt Chris, she just had this type of, kind of what I was explaining in the other episode, like nobody cared that my mom had passed away. No one got it. No, she absolutely understood it. And before my mom even passed, she was such a support system in that way. Because remember how I was saying me and my mom, our relationship was rocky because of her husband. So at one point I had moved back to where my mom was. Remember I said I moved to the mountains. I had to move back. Before I got my apartment squared away and everything, my mom and I had decided that I was going to be able to live with her until I found my apartment and got it furnished. So I moved from the 5 hours away where I was with my ex, moved down to be with my mom. When I got to my mom's house, I don't think she had cleared it with her husband on me being there. He did not want me to live with them. He did not want me to be there. My mom let me stay anyway. I woke up to take a shower to get ready for work that day, and the shower in the hallway bathroom wasn't working, but they had a shower in their room. So my mom was like, oh, just take a shower in my room and just come out and get dressed. So he told my mom, no, I don't want her taking a shower in here. She's like, well, she has to get ready for work. Like, she has to go to work. And I'm like, Mom, now remember, my mom is sick, so I'm not going to allow you to go back and forth with this man. And at this point, I can be honest, I had no respect for him because he was making it so hard for me and my mom to just coexist. So I remember like kind of being like, Mom, don't say anything to this man. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to take a shower and I'm going to go to work. He doesn't have to worry about me for the rest of the day. So I went in the bathroom, took a shower. Do y'all know by the time I got out of the shower, he had called the police on me, and the police was standing in her kitchen, and I'm in a towel trying to get ready to go to work. I had to drive 1 hour and 20 minutes to go to work. And the police is standing there, and I'm like, you gonna arrest me for taking a shower? Like, what are we talking about? And she was like, I heard that you were disturbing. And it's like, what am I disturbing? I said, I actually don't have time to talk to you because I'm gonna be late for work. I went in the room, got dressed. I said, officer, do you need anything from me? Are you arresting me for anything? No, so I'm actually gonna leave and go to work. And imagine having to go to work and explain to your boss why you're a little bit late because your mom's husband called the police on you for taking a shower in your mom's house. Yeah. So when I say things like that, I wasn't able to stay at my mom's house because of the fact that it became to a point where I had to respect where my mom was. And though I didn't agree with it, she was sick, and me and her husband constantly butting heads and going at it wasn't conducive to her getting better and to making her comfortable. So I took an approach as a daughter, and I was just like, this is your husband. I had to take a step back. I had to literally, that's why this episode is called Gone Girl. When I say I disappeared, I was like, because at the same time, I have to protect my peace and I have to protect myself in this as well. And you can't choose me over your husband, so I have to choose myself. So I say all that to say, this is when me and Aunt Chris's relationship really, it was just so amazing to see someone really understand where you are, not judge you for being there, and really, she was just so nurturing. Like, there were times where, so I say all to say, she ended up letting me stay with her until my apartment was ready. So I would say maybe like a week and a half, I stayed with her. And she was just like, every morning before I left to go to work in the morning, she would leave me like these little cute notes in my lunch bag. She would like pack lunch for me and leave these little notes and was like, I don't think it said like, it's just like, you are going to get through this, or like some type of inspirational note she would just always write on a piece of paper. And just thinking about like things like that was just her being her. Like, she was just this person for everyone. It had nothing to do with me. Like, this was just who she showed up in the world as. And I think that just goes back to just being you, and just like, you never know how being you is going to affect others around you. And I don't know if she ever, I know, like, I always tell her thank you. And when I visit North Carolina, I used to like surprise her with flowers and like all these things. But she was she helped me not crash out, I would say. Like, because everything around me was like, crash out, Ebony, crash out, Ebony. Like, just crash out. Like, you have every reason right now to crash out. But her just having that nurturing side, what I needed. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, I said in that episode where I ran out the house and fought my ex, I was like, probably if somebody would have just came to me and gave me some type of love or some type of like, I understand what you're going through right now, I probably wouldn't have crashed out on my ex. But I think that that's just such a reaction to like, I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm being misunderstood, so now I'm gonna act out. And this is what that looks like. So before I even left Connecticut, my time in North Carolina, I feel like my Aunt Chris like helped me make the best of it. She like did my hair before I left to go to Connecticut. Like, I just remember us, like, I would be in my house and she would, so this is even before, sorry y'all, I'm kind of skipping around. So yes, I did stay with her before my apartment got ready. Then remember, I moved into the apartment. The apartment was ruined because my ex came and did all the things or whatever. So then I ended up going back to stay with her because I didn't feel comfortable in being there until my window got repaired. Then I went back home. But in the process, before I left to move to Connecticut, I would go to her house a lot, or she would just come pop in on me and check on me because I would just kind of sit at home and be alone and like in the dark. Like I said, I was drinking a lot. I was always intoxicated somehow. I was losing weight. Like, everyone around could see. Like, if you knew me, you could kind of see I lost weight really quickly. And she just never judged me for that. It's almost like she was just like, would come over and be like, hey, come take this ride with me. Like, she would make up something for me to do. Hey, I need you to help me with this. Hey, come ride with me here. And like I said, it's just those little things that you're doing that you don't know how it affects someone. So I hope she sees this. And I just want to say thank you so much for being who you are. Just being that person. I know that you didn't even understand in that moment what you were doing for me, but I am here today probably because of you. If I didn't have you there, I don't know if I would have even been able to be here or continue and being myself, or just find that, light in a dark place. And you were definitely that light in the dark place. So I just want to say thank you. But in speaking of healing and all these things, kind of like the person that she was to me, I found this journal, and everything that I'm saying about my Aunt Chris is exactly who my mom was to other people. And I always knew that, but it's so crazy because my daughter was cleaning her room the other day, And she's like, Mom, I found this journal and people are talking about Nana in the journal. And I'm like, what? And I think that this is crazy how you're talking about all those moves. If you go back to the episode where I talk about all those moves, this journal existed before my mom passed away. So you're talking about this journal back from when I was in college. I don't even know why. You're talking about me moving from North Carolina to Rhode Island to DC to Indiana and I still have this journal. So when I found it, first of all, I had goosebumps because I'm just like, ugh. And it's so weird because Jamie asked me the other day, do you have moments where like you feel like your mom is giving you a message or your mom is like coming to you to talk to you? And I was like, no, not really. And then when Kalani brought me this journal, it was like 2 days after Jamie had said that. And I was just like, okay. And I was in the process of making my own journal at the time too. So like the power of journaling and just like the fact that I still have this, the fact that words last a lifetime, the fact that I'm able to go back and just like have a physical representation of what my mom has been to other people. I want to read a couple of things to y'all, just a couple of statements that people were saying about my mom, just so I think when y'all hear this, y'all will understand why I'm here, why my passion is what it is, because this is who my mom was. And this is what growing up, I just, you know how some people say you can talk about being this person, but no, I like watched my mom be the person that she talked about being. She didn't just walk the walk. She didn't just talk the talk, she walked the walk. And I just want to read a couple of these to y'all. So someone said, you are truly a role model for older women and special and beautiful young ladies. Tonight when I get home, I'm going to tell my mom your story so that she can go back to school and she will achieve whatever she wants to accomplish, just like you did. You make me proud, Mama. Keep doing your thing and inspiring young youth. I love you so much. And then someone said, to a wonderful, beautiful sister, may God continue to look over you as you take a new journey in life. Here's a dime for every time that someone needed you to help out and you was there. Once again, I send you blessings in a new part of your life. Nice knowing you for the years that I did. But these are just like so many like, I'm going to miss all the love and support you've provided me with whenever I needed, or if you just wanted to share it with me. That's one. I'm always going to miss you because you seem like a spirit who was sent from heaven to keep others around you happy and smiling. So when I talk about my mom and just like who she was to me, I think that is so much more powerful when I read who she was to others too, because that is what fuels me when you talk about legacy, when you talk about how you want to be remembered and things like that. Like, I can say it, everyone can say it, but this is a pure example of the legacy that she left. And I feel like you can give people money, you can give people things, but how you make people feel, they're never going to forget that. And they're never going to forget who you were to them in times when you don't even know what people are going through. Sometimes people don't share it with you, but you just showing up and being yourself and just no matter what, not for any gain, for personal gain, just continuing to be intentional in the world, it matters. It does matter who we are. So I just am excited to find this because journals matter, you know, and the healing process like this helped me in my healing process, finding something that's so tangible that I'm able to always have. Like, I'm never going to lose this. The fact that I even have this speaks volumes that I even have this. I think this journal is 10 years old. So as old as my daughter. So I definitely am happy that you all have joined me on this another episode. I know this one was tough, but like I said, I'm creating a space of vulnerability, of realness, and I have to show up like that for you guys. So just thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you on the next episode. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Real Joy Podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too.
So this is a sneak peek of our new healing journal. So this is an exclusive first look at our brand new journal, which is a guide to support your healing journey. This journal is filled with thoughtful prompts, reflections, and exercises inspired by the meaningful conversations from the podcast. Whether you're working through personal growth, self-care, or emotional healing, this journal is here to help you navigate the process with